It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Yeah. Unafeared, man, but we are relatively concerned. There is a lot going on. I'm just going to, turn it to Phranq here, shock him. He's going to have to be ready. A lot has happened. Now, of course, we had the Charlie Kirk assassination. This last Sunday, we had the memorial service here in Phoenix. Phranq and his family went, his wife and his young girl. She's 6-7 years old the whole time, man. I want to ask Phaedra about that. I mean, we'll see. But so many conspiracy theories and factoids that come out, and I don't think everybody's buying what the official narrative is. And my question is, how much do I put up of the alternative thought process of and conspiracy of JFK kind of assassination stuff? What the hell? And it's just really deep and thick and plausible. And I did a little post kind of a lengthy post to our Telegram channel. I don't do social media. I mean, we do. We have, State, you're probably listening to this on whatever platform, but I don't engage with it because you look at the metrics, what's supported, what's not, what kind of comments you get, information, this, I think this about, and it's all AI bots and trolls and I don't care. I just never did. I Facebooked you. Well, that was your first problem because I don't look. The only time I ever see that might be from, somebody I care about. Donna happens to see it because she manages that. So I'm, have a single mission, and it is to have an informed audience, readers of freedomsphoenix.com, declare your independence with Ernest Hancock, just opinion of, and the radio show has had way more impact than I anticipated. Who cares what Ernie and Phranq think about whatever? But I guess a lot of people do. They get, input from that, and we did long form format starting years ago before it was a common thing, and because I grew up in traditional radio and started in 2003, everything's 15-minute bites. You go to commercial, you come back. Well, I would have a guest on for the full 2-3 hours of my show. It was one subject one time. We talked about a lot of things, but it was individuals that knew a specific thing about a specific thing. So this is kind of my format, and I'm looking to the audience, the wisdom of the crowd. There are so many people that through activism through the 90s, we built up a list of people, whatever activities that we had, and they supplied information. They just got on the list. When we started Freedom's Phoenix, that few thousand people that I have shaken hands, hugged on, this got, over the years, was the foundation of the subscription of Freedom's Phoenix. As time has gone on, the in crowd in my mind are people that I know that have been active through all of our stuff. Second Amendment is for everyone. Are you a safe gun owner, guys? Libertarian activist, Ron Paul Lovolution people, Occupy the Land kind of thing, the Love Bus Liberty Tour, people that, even contributors don't have a lot more weight other than return their calls and definitely look at their stuff. But it's not, Israel gives me a bunch of money. It's not all of a sudden I change my mind. You know what I mean? So the mission has always been, freedom's the answer, what's the question? And going down that path. Now, there's different opinions. You can never be Christian enough. You can never be anarchist enough. You can never, but did you lick the stone of the whatever? I mean, I get it, But I've tried to be consistent, and you evolve your opinion, so on, but consistent in the goal. Individual liberty, self-responsibility, proper role of government, and the elections, I go on about it, man, don't sit there and whiz on my back and tell me it's raining. I mean, either we have accurate elections or we don't, and I know we don't. So convince me we do. Oh, you conspiracy nut, blah, 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 blah. So this has been, but, when, good anarchist friends that I respect, and they go, no, voting just as a concept is bad, whether you have it accurate or not. Well, there may be a lot of argument for how do people register their opinion? How do they have input? And there's the political thing, but then the political thing gets bastardized and, got a shiny badge? Well, who wants it more than anybody else? The bad guys. So, it's just this voting thing is not end all be all and certainly needs to be brought more local, and it always gets infiltrated. So this is kind of my mindset, and what I'm encouraging, certainly I don't do a lot unless it's direct communication. Publisher at freedoms with an S, phoenix.com, spelled out. Publisher at freedomsphoenix.com. You send me an email, I read it. Well, I get a lot of emails, so it might get lost, so you might have to do it more than once. But, because I go through, I'm spam deleting, a lot of stuff. But then I have my phone number. That you'll find it on the site. You want it that bad, you go on the site, you can find it. Or put it on his Hancock phone number, probably blow up all over anyway. I get SMS, but the biggest thing where I pay attention and communicate with the audience is on Telegram. For no special reason. I don't think it's super secure or whatever. I mean, whatever you say comes to me. But then there's the trolls, there's the AI bots, and it helps me manage that a little bit more. But the big thing is the audience, the participants, the hundreds, thousands of people that are on that. I count on them on my site, through my email, my phone number, and on Telegram just because it's convenient. It works well. I'm not giving any endorsement of think you're private or secret. I don't care. The point is, it allows me to manage it, to have a lot of people that can have an opinion. They subscribe, they watch, they lurk, sometimes they'll participate, and it's easy to get rid of the trolls. But it's also much easier to identify the AI bots that be a common. Okay? It's just manipulation, influence of whatever to get your brain and this is right and this is wrong because so saith the digits on the freaking phone screen. I mean, whatever. If you don't have some hardcore principles by now through which you filter crap, I'm sorry. Your life is so confusing because to me, it's really not that hard. So now I'm asking the audience and those that are on Telegram, not everybody has to go on there, it don't matter, but to communicate what you think is really going on, how it's impacting you, what you're, and a little bit about yourself too if I don't know you. Because there is so much stuff going on right now, and I'm always looking for solution. What's the solution? Decentralization, take responsibility for your own life, quit delegating your decisions, your life, your circumstances to somebody else to decide, well, I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. The president hadn't told me yet. I mean, that kind of crap. That is the problem. So Occupy the Land is one of my, big representations of just do it. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, but you're doing it. I mean, you can do all kinds of wrong on your own land. I don't give a crap. As long as you're not making me pay for it or prevent me from doing mine, what you do, I learn from as much as many mistakes that you made and the stuff that you do well. So I don't care. Don't freaking care. Freedom's the answer. What's the question? So this is the point I'm at is because there is so much credible, weird stuff around this Charlie Kirk thing that is going to get swept under the rug. They're not going to see it. I know enough about, JFK, RFK, MOK, a lot of these assassinations. This is how it's done. You're not allowed to talk about, you crazy person. Conspiracy theorist was generated, that very phrase, by the intelligence community to get you to shut up on whatever. On Freedom's Phoenix, we have a category, conspiracies. And I feel free to, put it all up there, whatever, don't care, I may not put it on the front page. I may not have, but that's where I'm at right now. There's so much stuff. How much do you put up there? Where do you draw the line? What is a red herring, or do I just leave it up to you to not be stupid and figure it out yourself? But once it gets into the mindset of the public, they'll manipulate, twist, use. These are the bad guys. These are the good guys. How dare you? Yada 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 yada. And I'm uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. How do you do that? Well, that's where my thought process is. So, Phranq, man, we'll get into your visit, going to the memorial and everything, but comment on that, will you please? I just, yours paying attention to this as most. What do you think?
Well, thanks, Ernest, and thank you, audience, for tuning in. I don't know if we're still the Trump report. I saw Donna's meme. Looks like we're the tyranny report. Maybe we really should officially change the title. I'd all be with it. Yeah, so a lot to talk about. It just feels like incoming from all sides, and just personally just having to spend more time for my own space, which I know sounds a little woo-woo, but it's I don't know about others, but it's I'm definitely feeling that shift. When you're in our space, the libertarian conspiracy theory space that we've been in for many years, let's just say those have been paying attention for a long time, you kind of get used to seeming to others as doom and gloomers. But, you kind of take it in stride because it's just, it's inevitable. You see where certain things are going to go. But, when they start hitting at the same time and you can see what it looks like now, different things, civil unrest or the economy. We'll definitely get into that today, and the whole stable coin thing. And it seems like that's starting to become more solidified to those that pay attention about what the end game is. And it's funny, I promise I won't go into a spinoff on this because Disney's fallen apart even more. That's always for fun to put at the end of the show. But, they're about to release, or they're doing new reshoots for the new Avengers movie that no one's probably going to watch, and that's a whole disaster. But the last Avengers movie we had was Endgame, and it took 10, 15 years of structuring all these movies, all coming to this conclusion, the Endgame, and you can just feel it now. Well, anyway, as far as with the Charlie Kirk, I don't honestly have a lot to contribute because of a couple reasons. One is I've been very busy at the Kirk the memorial and following the money situation, which we'll chat about. Also, these theories are coming from different sides, and I don't know how much credibility to put on it right now. I know you have your rule of 3 weeks. So, anything talked about today is just speculation, and I hate to, given how explosive everything is right now anyway, just to throw more fuel on it. But, there are, at least from my understanding, there's claims of a second shooter. There are, concerns about, how was he really killed? Supposedly at the neck, but they're claiming there's no blood. Where's the blood? Where's the autopsy? There's questions about the autopsy. I'm not myself adding that's my view one way or the other. This is what I'm hearing reported. And, each just seems to have a bunch of open-ended questions. So, I think it's fine to ask the questions. We'll talk later about probably the most significant news story of the week, in my opinion, and we'll save this for later, but it's the, Google officially, the crying uncle, and we'll talk about the reasons why suddenly now, admitting that they were censoring Americans on YouTube when they claimed that they weren't. And well, it wasn't us. We were forced to by the government. It's the same, yeah, the same government liberals that flipped out over Jimmy Kimmel over 3 days because the FCC person just hinted that they might look into Jimmy Kimmel. That was enough of such government overreach and draconian measures, and Trump's a fascist. I can't believe this. Oh, my free speech. And yet here you have the 2 days later, Google admitting how they've been, through their search engines and YouTube and everything, been banning all of us for everything from COVID to election issues to everything banned, destroyed, and not even a peep. So I was angry for the last 3 days over just that, and I'm hoping that situation grows legs. So I'm throwing it out at the beginning. At least I'm saying it for those that tune in just to the beginning. Ernie and I, I'm sure, will really dive into that later, see the ramifications from that, and will it grow legs? Because to me, that is the story. Now that we have the liberals' attention, now that they have a taste of what the other side has been going through, but they just didn't know. They either didn't know or they didn't care. And I would say most of our friends and family just didn't know. The people in charge, they just didn't care. But I think most regular people just didn't know because they're in their bubble and they just believe that we're
didn't know what?
Didn't know that we were being censored to the way that we were. I don't think they really knew. And even if you tried to tell them, to them it was all conspiracy theory from the conspiracy theorists that they were being shut out. Just to give you an example, this seems tangential, but it's not. Again, we're talking about Indiana Jones and Star Wars, these kind of things. So they would come out with these movies, and the movies would fail, and they honestly could not believe that it's because people thought their movies sucked because they went woke. Go woke, go broke, all this kind of stuff, right? Where they were insulting their audience, calling Trump people a bunch of racists and fascists, or they fired Gina Carano for basically putting out, a meme about freedom of speech and what happens when you can't have freedom of speech, right? It's the kind of thing. So people like us, the whole website, whole channels are devoted to just pointing this out, magnifying it, and saying screw Disney. And yet when they put out one of these woke garbage movies and nobody sees it, you and I have chatted about this for years. It's like, well, do they not understand why no one's seeing their movie? And it's like I know maybe some people know it, but they just want to ignore it. And yes, maybe they're pushing an agenda. They're getting money, from USAID to still support or fund their movies. I'm not saying that they get money from them, or is it that they just really don't believe it? And I've wrestled with that. I won't get too further into the whole Hollywood thing, but I honestly believe they just don't believe it. They kicked out all the old guard. They put all these young wokesters like the Bud Light woman for marketing. They put these people in, and they honestly believe that we have a new audience and it's modern times, and we have to change Spider-Man for a modern audience and the message, as your
why do they believe it?
Well, no, exactly. No, why they believe it? It's the institutional programming, all these different things. I just mean is that they, in their mind, they honestly don't see the other side. They never listen to the other side. It's kind of like when you play chess. You want to be able to understand the other guy's mindset better than he understands yours when you're doing strategy. But the problem that we have is people have retreated to their bubbles, which is why I watch CNN so Ernie doesn't have to, for no other reason than to understand how these people think. And I think it's important for people to do so, but they don't. People on the conservatives, it's been proven, we can explain and describe a leftist position much, much better than a leftist can explain to conservatives. I often said, when you went to the airport, you were forced to watch CNN. It wasn't Fox News at the airports. So that's just one example. PBS gets,
there's a difference.
It's left-leaning. Well, you see my point. PBS is definitely left-leaning, and they use tax dollars. Well, tax dollars weren't going to fund Fox News. And yes, I'm not trying to make Fox News as the end-all for conservatives, but you get my drift about these two worlds. So people on the right, and especially libertarians, we have to be aware of other mindsets. We, as libertarians, it's a third level. we have to learn and understand, and we're forced to, whether we want to or not, through Hollywood movies, through Jimmy Kimmel, when people used to watch it, through the CNN on the airports, all these examples. We're constantly forced to see and hear the viewpoint of the liberals. Most movies take place in Manhattan. They take place in L.A. I mean, it's not usually Tulsa. So and if so, it's usually some Christian movie that takes place in the Midwest. So people have just been indoctrinated into that kind of mindset, and just daily. So we understand theirs, and then if you watch Fox or listen to Rush Limbaugh like I used to, because before the internet, I didn't want to watch CNN all day, so the closest I could get to libertarian or some other mindset was Rush Limbaugh. Didn't mean I was a ditto head, but when all you had was AM radio, and I wanted to hear something else, another point of view, I'd listen to the conservative side. I understood how they saw things, the neocons, as much as I despise them. Then you go to the Mises Institute or where have you, and then there's the libertarians, and you have to learn a third. So in many ways, you're learning multiple sides. It's kind of like, this is a little side, but it's like being a doctor. When you're a physicist, all you have to learn is math. You learn math, and you get really good at it. Physicists are brilliant, by the way, but all you need to know is math, and then it's physics. That's it. When you're a doctor, and I'm not saying doctors are better than physicists, trust me, but they're a different type of intelligent profession, is that you have to learn math to understand the physics. And then the physics, you have to learn the chemistry. And then the chemistry, you have to learn organic chemistry. Or organic chemistry leads into drugs and how your body works. Then you go into biology, then physiology. And then, if you really go crazy, you go into psychology, which is the next level. So, and what's interesting is that each level gets more and more abstract as you go. But in any case, that's how I feel like libertarians. We have to learn multiple levels below us to even understand everything that's being thrown at us and how to interpret that information. Whereas, the average American for mainstream, crap, they're bottom basement. They all they have to do is just get the one level coming in. It's not, again, the analogy is not flawless. I'm not trying to say people are physicists or bottom feeders of information. No, Stephen Hawking would just run circles around my brain. But you get the idea. And that's where I think the average Democrat or a leftist or whatever word, I hate to just use, pejoratives right now, but that's where they're at. So when we were screaming out about, like give you an example, January 6th, they still believe January 6th was a takeover, was a coup, right? That's the only way they can interpret what happened. Now, without reliving the whole deal, the people of this show, I'm sure a lot of people involved with January 6th, just indirectly watching or what have you, it was a different situation. For us, you had, of course, a lot of pressure. We saw the scandals against Trump for years. There's a lot of stuff built into that, Russiagate, everything else. Then we had COVID, and when COVID happened, and then George Floyd. And between those two, and we screamed about it on Freedom's Phoenix at the time, they used both of those as excuses to change the voting laws and the rules in all of these swing states. Right? We're not going to rehash the whole story, but we spent 6 months chronicling this, screaming out, guys, in Pennsylvania, guys over in Michigan, they're changing the rules. And when conservatives try to push back, they were told they were being racist, because, black people don't want to stand in line and vote. They want mail order because, they're afraid of racist cops are going to kill them in line. Or, some people who don't want to wear masks, might get them sick and they're going to die. And so conservatives were very quickly in that emergency situation that they created. Suddenly, it was all the excuse that they needed to make unprecedented changes that they usually do not make in an election year, which was made clear to me by a state Supreme Judge when I challenged John McCain over in the election issue there, which I won't go back into. But that judge made it clear that, if you're going to change the rules or if you're questioning it, you have to do it before the election year. So I'm all right. Well, that went out the window for the Democrats with all these scare tactics, and they tweaked all these rules and laws and signature verification requirements and stuff in Pennsylvania and all this stuff. I mean, each one of these was a huge story, but it was just being steamrolled over because of the panic and the racism and Black Lives Matter. And I hate to revisit all that crap, but we all did. And so that was the setup. So then when the election happened, and Trump was in the lead like he was predicted to do if you followed electoral college, and then everyone went to bed, you wake up, and then it was like 4 or 5 cities, or like 4 states and 5 cities shut down their election, their voting. I mean, I'm sure we all know the story by now. And they shut them down in all different ways and put cardboard up on the windows and all the boxes and all strange stuff. And then every single one of them suddenly switched in the morning, right? That's the quickie version. But then what happened after that was people questioned it, like people often can after an election. The difference is that unlike what happened with the hanging chads in Florida in 2000, where everybody agreed that we had a problem, everyone said, okay, let's roll up our sleeves, go to Florida, and we'll be counting damn chads, and it became kind of like a reality show watching all of that. At least, there was some good faith intent to try to figure that out. I mean, I'm not getting into that whole little mini scandal. But the whole world, or at least the country, unified to say we have to figure this out so we can all agree. Well, and we did. The Republicans did so when the Democrats cried foul. But when it flipped the other direction, what happens? All of a sudden, they're like, nothing to see here. And if you talk about anything, then you're trying to steal the election. It's the big lie, all of this stuff, and you're banned and censored. So Rudy Giuliani and the Trump administration and others, on their own volition, started to have rallies. People tried to get in front of them. Remember, Rudy Giuliani did his old tour. He went to each of these cities and states where these questions are happening. The media was not allowing any of this to be discussed. So we had witnesses. Some of these so-called hearings went on for 12 hours, 16 hours, like all-nighters.
And here in Arizona, and you watch it, and it was total bullshit. They were not focusing on the things that really
mattered. Good point, Ernie. Understood. And I certainly don't want to awaken the beast of Ernie on the show. He's correct. I mean, it was really about the paper, and some of the distraction happened with the voting machines. Whatever.
Everything's a distraction. It's manipulation at every level, from everywhere, and every vector. We're not being told the truth.
Got it. The point is, whether it was the right information or the wrong information, we knew that shenanigans had occurred, and the other side would not even allow people to discuss it. They were censored and banned and deplatformed, and you could lose your license. And
You're assuming there's another side.
That's that. The audience, this is what happens when you're discussing with Ernest Hancock, that libertarian.
Yeah,
and
no, that is the manipulation. The other side, our side, their side, this side, that side, it's all the same. If you're seeing it on, digits, Ernie, on video, it's the same. It's the same message.
I'm making a point. I'm just trying to use this long-winded justification of how this entire story for us or whatever led to, when you're sitting here trying to make a case of why we think something may have happened, whether right or wrong, who knows? Maybe CNN's right, Ernie, and you don't know what you're talking about election laws. It was the fairest election ever. It's possible under some reality. But anyway, so Ernie's chomping there. But all of that happens, and still the media would not broadcast it, would not acknowledge it, would just laugh it off. Then we had the voting machines in here, and forgetting, I know it was a paper thing, Ernie, so just bite your lip. But still, the voting machine issue became a problem where we couldn't find the voting machines, and all of a sudden it was a whole custody battle to get the voting machines that we, the people, supposedly had, for free and fair elections should see. And then when we finally got custody of the machines, the company wouldn't release the passwords to access the machines. Then that was a court. I mean, all of this to run out the clock. All of this. And then finally when, sorry, you guys missed the deadline. Sorry, oops. So Joe Biden, so then of course January 6th occurs, and Trump was just saying, look, I know you guys are going to do the vote. He's not trying to steal the election. But the idea was we're not going down without a fight to at least force people to understand that we're not just saying, okay, we all agree here. That's all. It was a disagreement. It was saying, look, fine. This is the process is whoever sits in the chair is the president at the end of the day. But we're just saying you never listen to our argument. And if the only way to get the left or mainstream America to realize that half this country, or at least a big chunk of it, was questioning it, you know, that's what the rally was about. At the end of the day, that's what it was about. It was people peacefully holding signs and horned, you know, the horned helmet guy and all of this. It was simply trying to say, look, you people, our friends and family and neighbors who think that we're crazy racists or whatever, you don't realize that we have a legitimate gripe, all right, legitimate gripe. You don't even know what my gripe is because they won't even broadcast that. I'm seething as your neighbor next door and you don't even know it. Doesn't mean you have to agree. It doesn't mean you have to agree that it was stolen or we have questions about it, but just to know why people are upset about it and understand the rationale, and they refuse to do it. That's what bubbled up as simply an expression of, we're still here, right? That's really all that was. But they interpreted that entire sequence. I spent the last 10 minutes going through, reliving January 6th and all that crap that led up to it. You know, I'm sorry to I'm not trying to make this the history report, but all of that narrative, the average American doesn't even have any clue about. It's just, you know, a bunch of crazy people decide to take over the government or something. That's the way that's as simple as it is. So that is where, fast forwarding to now, with the whole Charlie Kirk thing too. It's like, you know, they, you know, are they getting to the point where they're looking at how other people in this country feel and see? And I don't think they've really had a taste of it until recently. So this thing with Jimmy Kimmel is an example where they are truly, and this is what's so gobsmacking, hypocritical, and blows my mind, and I have to take blood pressure pills probably from it, is the fact that they got one taste of 4 days of Jimmy Kimmel not being on the air, and they're having meltdowns over it and screaming about it, but have no concept of what the right or, you know, whatever, the patriot community, whatever, has been dealing with for every issue. I just went into January 6th, but, you know, you could take this for all sorts of issues with COVID and this and that and that. I mean, there's so much, and it's all bubbling up, and they don't understand why. That is the problem, which, you know, what I do like to talk about later about the Jimmy Kimmel thing and the FCC and what your opinions are on that. But before we do, as far as the so-called conspiracy with Charlie Kirk, and I understand how people are not going to believe whatever the government says about it. Patel apparently is looking into it, so he knows at least his base is concerned. I don't. It's a shame that, of course, most of us don't trust Patel either. When I was at the rally, we'll talk about that later, but many of the even diehard conservatives, people who love Trump, all are still behind Trump, but they really have this, it's like they have this, it's kind of like, you know, there's someone that you love of your life, but they lied to you in one way, and you still love them, but there's this lie or deception that will always be there. It just scars the relationship, and it's still a bit an open wound, and that's sort of what I was hearing from a lot of people, you know, in the audience and such. So, and you know, this is between you know, Pam Bondi and Cash and Dan. I don't trust any of them, which was self-imposed, right? I mean, they impaled themselves by taking the sword for whatever it is, for Trump, for the Epstein deal, Mossad, whoever's behind it, whatever. All this is growing out of it. So because there's no trust, now this is making it worse for the Trump administration. Because, you know, when Kash Patel says, oh, nothing to see here, trust me, it happened, single shooter, you know, before the Epstein, before Donald Trump's dumbass statement, what are you guys looking at? What is this, a Democrat scam? What is this? You're wasting my time. Really? Well, you know what? Now I don't trust anything that's going to be said about Charlie Kirk. That's the worst part of this. And I think people are throwing their hands up. Even people there at that memorial are not going to be trusting what comes out of this administration. So to jump into it right now, I'll just tell you, it's premature for me to throw anything out there except that there are questions and concerns. I would like to throw it to you and ask if you know more about it from your research on it. I just didn't want to waste a lot of time in detail when everything's going to be turned upside down. I'm going to give it a few weeks to hear. But it's not even about what happened as much right now. It's just the trust issue. And so when you had, I'll finish here, is that when you have Jimmy Kimmel, who is basically, even after the so-called official narrative, is this guy was a wokester and he wants to marry a furry. And by the way, audience, just so you know, if any of you have kids, and I'm being funny, but I'm not funny. It's like it's hard to wrap my head around my own family, is what my own child's being exposed to. And we can talk about Phaedra later, but you know, she drew a picture on her own. We didn't ask her, and she was basically thinking about like no wokesters she puts down, which I didn't even know she knew that word. So obviously you got to watch what you say in the and she drew this like teddy bear thing, and we asked why she has a teddy bear. She said it's not a teddy bear, it's a furry, it's a wokester furry. And I'm sitting there.
How the hell does she even know that? What is she, 7?
Know. I mean, I haven't talked to her about it. She must have heard the videos because we have, you know, the YouTube playing in the background. And she's like, you know, doing kid things and just amazing what they'll pick up. And I laughed. It was a little long guffaw, but then you have to sit there, look in the mirror and say, what kind of environment? I'm not trying to indoctrinate the kid. I'm sure leftists listening to me right now are saying, are you kidding me? But I mean, it just permeates around us, and people are talking about furries. I mean, that's going to get her attention as an 8-year-old who's got a bunch of stuffed animals. All she has. So anyway, it's kind of a lot. But what I was going to say is, to finish up, is that look at this contrast. We have the official narrative, which is this lefty who wants to marry a furry guy, whatever. He, you know, passion of love or just crazed lunacy, and indoctrinated, decides to kill, you know, possibly future president, and, you know, a hit like it was on Dr. King. And it really was similar to the Dr. King assassination as far as the gravity of this and the representation, the political hit, and everything else. So that seems to be at least, well, let's just say that's a baseline fact. All right, just to say that really happened. Well, now what we have is even more of a spread, because we have Jimmy Kimmel on one side, even after that information came out, and his show was taped like a day after, it was pretty blatant, you know, that it was the person on the left. And even if he might want to say, all right, well, you know, the bullets say, you know, catch it and fascist and all this kind of stuff, maybe Jimmy could have said, well, you know, we really don't know. I mean, it's possible it was planted by the feds, and the feds work for Trump, so maybe this is a setup job. Okay, fine. But then at least don't come out and blame the conservatives for it. I mean, just keep your mouth shut and just say, look, you know, I know they're saying it was a leftist, but you never know. In today's world, it could be anybody. Let's get more information. That would have been at least a safe way, he would still get grief by the conservatives saying, look, you know, the official government, this is the official word. If you say anything opposite, it's the big lie. You're trying to lie, right? People would say that about Jimmy anyway. But at least he's hedging his bets. It could go either way. He's not committing. But he went the complete other way, literally blaming MAGA, saying, oh, yeah, it's your people who did it, even after the official narrative. And I said, and again, when I say official narrative, I'm putting air quotes, audience. But, you know, so he goes one direction completely. I mean, it was just absurdly opposite of the narrative, and not even acknowledging that it's opposite of the official narrative, which is basically saying, I don't acknowledge this government. That's what he was saying. I mean, it's one thing to disagree, but you have to at least acknowledge that's what the official word is, and okay, here's the reasons I disagree. But to make it seem like it's complete fact that it had nothing, like the government doesn't even exist. I mean, if anything, it's one of your people, Ernie. You should be happy. So that's how Ernie is. I just don't care what they say. But you have, so regular, if you say it mainstream or the official narrative, is the leftists killed Kirk. But then you got Kimmel and many people on the left, including extended family members of mine, who are driving my wife insane as she's realizing that they're being told, they're just casually telling my wife, hey, sorry to hear what happened, but I heard it was one of your own Trump people that killed him. Like these are just casual family people who they don't have an axe to grind, but they get their news, so-called news, from Jimmy Kimmel and these sources. This is why this issue is so dangerous. And so they you know, just casually, they're not trying to rub it in or anything. Like, oh, I heard it was a MAGA guy. And my wife's flipping out about it. So now you have the mainstream is it's a leftist. You've got the leftists and maybe a third of this country believing that it was, a MAGA person. And now we have the other side now, the conservative, the ultra conservative, the YouTube people, the Freedom's Phoenix people, and we're now going the other extreme, like, oh, it's a conspiracy, and where's the body, and we're JFK all over again. Which, yeah, I'm not saying it's not possible, audience. I'm gonna be clear, but look at that dichotomy. Right? I mean, it's like nobody is following the official line, but we're seeing it 180 degrees different. So that's my concern. That's why I don't want to flame anything more. But let me throw it to you. What do you know a bit more, or any credible questions that you think are reasonable questions worth exploring? I'll definitely be looking at it later today. But I'm curious what your views are there, and also going into the Kimmel situation, what your thoughts are on that, if any, besides, I don't care, let the free market figure it out. But the FCC is technically the government. It's not free market for the airwaves, which I know libertarians would say, that's the problem right there. We shouldn't have the FCC. And I agree. But it is there, and there is a role, or does it just get disbanded at this point because it's just moot at this point? Anyway, what were your thoughts on both those questions?
Okay, which both? God.
The two questions. Come on, you're smart. You can handle two questions. What information or evidence do you think about the Kirk new conspiracy is compelling? And then also, if you have any thoughts on the Jimmy Kimmel situation about how the Trump administration should handle it or not handle it. Go ahead.
My concern on the Kimmel thing was, he said, their own they did it themselves to bring about the Armageddon of the whatever the hell he was trying to get out. And that was bad timing, and your evidence. I mean, that's something that you got to back up with something other than just my opinion is on, a broadcast ABC media kind of deal. Disney's got enough problems. I thought it was bad timing, a bad way of doing it, but they jumped on it so hard. And when they did, it was with government action. It was free speech, FCC chair of you're not allowed, we're going to have to take a look at this here, you doing it wrong, boy, kind of deal, heavy hand of the man, as opposed to free market that was taking care of the problem to begin with. And I'm going, that was, then Bob Iger at Disney, he's like, I got a big Hollywood party coming up. And that was not going to go well, him getting Kimmel off. So that was, I think, kind of the pressure that came, well, no, we're putting it back on and kind of, screw you. And kind of, okay, you did, and he'll say something sorry, and, Kimmel will shed a tear, and it'll be, it's all good. So there's so many emotional, petty, political factions of things that go on into these kinds of decisions that, like you were saying, they don't understand how it's perceived by a significant minority, if not a vast majority, of people out there. They're just like, what the shit is going on? And for Kimmel to do that and kind of blame it on, MAGA or their own people or the right, killed whatever to bolster and get what they want, something, and then think it's not they, them, those on the top of the pyramid with all seeing eye of them making decisions, and we'll get into that. But I thought the most distasteful thing of the whole thing was not that they suspended him or take him off or people bitching him, was that the FCC got involved. And when you got the head of the, I'm the government man of the government, and we're going to take a looky-see at the, whoa, when you do that, sooner or later, the other side's going to be in charge of FCC, and then what? This is what we've been trying to be against. This is the kind of thing that we were trying to stop. We were trying to, so I didn't, now then people come back and go, yeah, but there were some laws. There's laws about and laws, and kind of have the laws of the law, so the fact that they used a heavy hand of government set a precedent that we're going to suffer later on. Just saying. That was...
Yeah, I definitely agree with principle what you're saying. I think it was, is the reaction that, it's almost like if you're going to get government involved, the FCC, then just do it, or not do it. But to say you might look into it, which is, shot across the bow, but in essence, that means the Trump administration is going to get blamed for using government, even though they didn't. You see my point?
The same exact way Biden did with Facebook. Yep. On COVID. They went, now we're just going to have to take a looky-see at this. If you aren't able to curtail the post of you're not allowed to whatever, then you come up with, and here's some behind the scenes, because I don't think I know, on Google and YouTube stuff. This is what happened. Okay, give you some background. When we started doing, been activists since forever, using everything, available. I mean, fax trees, then email lists, and, web pages, and then, low band web pages, and then broadband comes, and then, social media platforms, which is why Freedom's Phoenix is as complicated in the way it is because we created a platform that the things that we wanted to do, be able to communicate, to share, to archive, that's what Freedom's Phoenix is. And it started off, in our minds in 96. And then it, became Freedom's Phoenix. We launched in 05, a couple of years after I started the show. So we've been paying attention to this. And then, here comes Facebook. It was MySpace, then Facebook. I remember the days of Hot or Not, Zuckerberg doing at Harvard, and they, whatever. My kids were involved in this. I could see what was happening with Generation Next. I could see, them using their Nokia flip phones with their T9 texting by the numbers of whatever they whipped it out. What the hell? And then smartphones came and it was over. So then you get the very, very first tablets were iPad and Motorola Zoom. And we got the Motorola Zoom because, my daughter and one of the other guys setting up our sites and so on had an iPad too, and we were making it available for tablets. So we knew it was coming. Well, YouTube was not the number one video platform. YouTube was not Google. It was, Fred and his girlfriend or something. I don't remember who started it and did it, CIA, whatever, I don't know. So they had it, and you would have a dashboard. I remember in, when was it? A long time ago, mid-90s, 2000s. So what happened was you would go to this dashboard, and I remember even as late as 09, you would go and you would post your video to this one central hub, and it's kind of like what Content Safe does now that we have. They don't have this electronic service thing anymore. We use Content Safe to do it for us, which is managed by, Matt and his brother Mark Raymer. Well, we re-upped that contract with them just a month or two ago in anticipation of what's going on right now. This is what's going on. What you used to do is I would take my video, and you had Microsoft, their media player editor or whatever the hell it was, that was just in the background, on your XP, Windows, whatever, that you would go in. I did all through the Levolution, 07, 08. It was really simple video editing. Now it's a act of God. I got Pinnacle 26 that I'm going, oh my God. And then there's others, Apple, whatever. So you would load up the video from a magnetic tape, AVI, whatever the hell format it was. It'd go right into the Microsoft screen, and you would edit it. And no matter how long it was, YouTube would only take 100 megabytes. You had to compress it, you had to shorten it, frame rate, whatever the hell it was, and it would ask you, what size do you want this file to be? 99.9 megabytes or whatever. Boom. Push the button, it'd process it, you load it up, to YouTube. But we went through this hub thing. In there, it had drop-down little bubbles, and it would have all these competitors. YouTube was just one of them. It had YouTube, whatever it was. I don't know, Blip TV before Vimeo. But there's all these different ones. So you go in there, and then it would have a dashboard. You could see how many views you had on each of these platforms, and it would feed back into this hub, and you could see YouTube was not always number one. It was just one of the others. It worked well. It was pretty simple. It started getting popularity until Google. ABC, Alphabet, own whatever, they come in and they buy it. Woo, go give you gazillions of dollars. Just like they did with Palmer Luckey, which is the guy that created the Oculus Rift that then Facebook buys for $2 billion or something. And then what does he do? Now he's out doing military-industrial complex missiles and bombs and, drone fighters of whatever the hell, being an IT guy. Woo, we're going to have, Skynet, Terminator, Robo Wars. They have a $40,000, $60,000, which is better than $1 million missile kind of thing. And I just watched a video, we put it up yesterday. This guy did the same thing for $126. He goes, I don't know what the hell they're charging $40,000 for this. I can do it with a drone and this chip of the accelerator. Boom, I got the same thing, $126. Man, I'm in the wrong business. I need to be a military-industrial complex. So this is the so you can see all the money, how it flows between these people. They're picking and choosing people that have the capability, the inclination, and are on your side, and then they prop them up in IT, in military industrial, in surveillance, in everything. And you can see it happen, and it comes from young people. How I recognized this was in the 90s. They have a thing, I'm sure they still got it. They call it DEF CON. Yeah, I think that's it. DEF CON. It's a hacker thing in Las Vegas every year. Well, you'd have all these hackers going, and of course you got the intelligence community, FBI, and everybody. That was just recruiting. Ooh, we like how you look, how you must look. You're so smart and kind of, we would need you in for America. And they would recruit from these people. They recruit, from hackers. And then crypto came. Same thing. We're recruiting you. We're going, how much money, what you need, what you want. We got unlimited resources of you get Tony Stark Lab. Woo, sign me up. Families are like this. There's a legacy. There's all this conduit that feeds into this machine that is probably in competition with other machines, and then they merge their machines with machines, and it all comes down to they, them, those controlling the masses. The mass is too stupid. The mass are unpredictable. The mass will have, if they're not getting direction, then you can't have nice things, and whatever the hell. We need to be able to get them to comply and have this here test if they comply or not, and they go to a FEMA camp if they don't. They're in quarantine if they don't. If they don't get the shot, was just a compliance test, plus to call out a bunch of people stupid enough to take it. So then I'm going, okay, with that mindset over decades of seeing this, then YouTube starts to be censoring, and we got a front row seat of it in 2009. Right after the Ron Paul evolution. Freedom's Phoenix was a concept that we had in the 90s as activists of what would be the most influential for what we wanted. Decentralization, down to the individual. You have information, you have power from that information, you have communication with people to get a heads up on what's really going on, to have your own solutions, to prepare to your pursuit of happiness, your happenstance, your circumstances, occupy the land, all that kind of stuff. We knew that the wisdom of the crowd was there, that it was nowhere else could I go other than different email list or just put the question out to the ether and you would get the answer from people, not groups, not organizations, not what do they call them, non-governmental agencies, NGOs, organizations, not from, some political party, not from. It was individuals that were there They were flies on the wall. They were the valets at the, big resorts. They were the cameraman for the anchor at the television station, where I got a lot of stuff from that. They were the waiters at the restaurants, because they were the caddies at the golf club. This is when I was county chairman here in Maricopa. I would just get floods of information from these people. They would be able to share. They want people to know. They didn't know who to call. Who are you going to call? The Attorney General? So it was I got this flood of information from people that were there. Just regular people that knew. There was one guy was a landscaper. He did a lot of, landscaping for very wealthy elite politicians, they, them, those, or whatever, get into conversations with them, and he paid attention to our campaigns and, whatever. So he came over to my home one time and goes, God, I got like 3 clients that they brag about this stuff. And it goes on and on and on. So this is how I perceived it. How are they trying to control the people, the general public opinion? If they can, they are. Well, they can. And YouTube was one of those primary main ways. Facebook, primary main ways. Broadcast media, primary way, but it was going internet. That's why I left Terran Radio, because the amount of traffic that we were getting, they're getting all excited about Arbitron rating of kind of whatever, but it didn't translate into money. Because you had all these advertisers and people that wanted control of the people. And generally here in Arizona, it manifested itself mostly intelligence community. That's why CIA and everybody's coming to Arizona, and we get Janet Napolitanos and Sheriff Arpaio's and Michael Crow, head of the university system here out of ASU, and bigwig and In-Q-Tel, venture capital from the CIA, and CIA, opening up whatever Arizona stuff. And I'm going, holy crap, man. Well, the advertisers, car dealerships, real estate investors, all of them plugged into politics. And you had the people that were really running stuff ran both the Democrat and the Republican Party. And the only thing that they aligned with, was, keeping the system in their control, whichever turn it was of theirs to do. So then you're going, wow, so it was active boycott. Even though the stations liked us, we had good ratings and so on. Oh man, they're advertisers, they're on, don't care. Screw them. Then I started to see, we started doing MP3s in 03. MP what? What the hell is that? We had computer geeks in the libertarian movement that go, look, we can archive this and put it on this newfangled internet thing. So then, years later, the station started having streaming. They started having servers. Oh, we can do this on the internet. We can do it. Boom! We'd crash the servers. They were like, I don't know, whether it intentionally crashed or it was just too much traffic or whatever. I remember we did a Firefly series. Man, it blew it up. Just on Firefly and the series that got canceled and that kind of stuff. So I'm just going, wow. It's the internet. It has to be decentralized. Not on the FCC license, you're not allowed, or they'll go, oh, we're thinking about pulling your leg, you're doing it wrong. I could see it coming because they can. So when I see this stuff they're doing with Kimmel, I'm going, yeah, this is just how, and a lot of it's just fake. It's just BS. It's just, controversy creates commitment for one side or the other over whatever the hell. It just, get more entrenched in their side, Team Jersey crap.
Right,
no, let me finish.
I'm sorry about Kimmel. Go.
Let me finish. YouTube started shadow banning in 09 after the Levolution. All my experience up to that time, I could see that it wasn't, a philosophical first do no harm kind of thing. Because Google, what was their mantra they used to have? Don't be evil. Well, they took that shit off the wall. Don't be evil was what?
The mantra.
It was don't be evil, don't be evil. I go, well, I guess we're evil now. So they took that off, literally. And you go, damn. In 09, we could see, because we had tracking on our own site, which I don't even pay attention to anymore. I don't even look. On Freedom's Phoenix, we could see that in a day, 4409, a popular video channel that he just started it before you even go, oh my God, you make money on this? He was like, damn, okay. So he was getting 4,000 downloads through our site. You go to YouTube and it'd say 400. I'm going, those lying sacks of crap. I know for a fact that they hit the embed through here I could see it. And I'm going, why are they doing that? This is the beginning of shadow banning. Try and convince other people that were making money on this stuff. A lot of the influencers now, a lot of names I could do, a lot of people that I know came out of the Levolution. They were finally, from out of the basement, they were making money on YouTube and whatever else they were doing. You're getting contributions, you're getting super chats, you're getting all this stuff that kept escalating. Then YouTube created, what was it, their YouTube soldiers or whatever it was. It's like they're Nazi fact-checking, take you off, ban you people. You know, it's called YouTube something, whatever. It's a little Nazi group. So this is how it started, and you could see it. And I tell them, I remember going to Acapulco in Mexico and going, look, you guys have here comes Ernie. Everybody takes a shot of whiskey every time he says IPFS. I go, yeah, you guys are making fun of us now, but I'm telling you, the second you hit 100,000 subscribers and you're not toting the message, they come to, this too can pass. You're not with the program. You can't say these certain words. You kind of go, boom, and then it happened. I'm going, Neon, I freaking told you so. A lot of them just started to comply. Oh, we'll work with kind of, we won't, and, COVID is the Cohen-Hurley disease, and we can't say certain words of whatever the hell. So then when they made the announcement now, and they go, oh, we're so sorry. We were made by the government. They forced us. Now, this is Dr. Shiva had a lawsuit against the state action of didn't even go after the tech companies. The judge pulled them into the lawsuit because he went after the government of Massachusetts, Secretary of State, that they had a hotline into these social media companies of who to ban because they said they could, with manuals that were printed out of Harvard. They had we got PDFs on Freedom's Phoenix of the manuals in his lawsuit, and it finally got to a point that he had to settle because no attorney would stay on it. He's a big MIT super geek guy, whatever, and ran against Elizabeth Warren, and he's from India, so it was like, heritage. So it takes a real Indian to beat an Indian, fake Indian kind of crap. It busted. So we had him on a lot. He's spoken at Red Pill things, and and he was very adamant about how state action was doing this stuff. The judge goes, no, we're adding Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. You get their butts in here. We're going to talk about it. Well, of course, they drag it out, and, there was some kind of settlement deal made, and then it kind of went away. Well, state action is a thing. So then I go, all right, pinky swear we're going to come back and, do it right this time. I go, okay, we'll go ahead as we engage back, and I was encouraged at Ron Paul's 90th birthday party just a couple months ago that, they're kind of opening it up, Ernie. Now's the time. Come on in. And now they do the announcement of anybody that said anything about COVID that got deplatformed, we're allowing you and inviting you back on. I had one show. We just started. We had about a backlog of probably like 20 shows. And I said, all right, start putting it back up on, our old channels and so on, and new ones, whatever. Here we go. It's on Rumble and this, that, and that, and YouTube. Tim Pachote, our good friend Tim Pachote, he had a girlfriend that was Tina Marie, that was Learn the Risk, the whistleblower from, I don't know, Pfizer, Moderna, whatever, that was killed. And they were good friends and so on. Anyway, he was mentioning that, and then he's a triathlete. He's a super athlete. And I go, what's your supplementation? What do you do? And he said, this and this and this, and Josh Sigurdson pushing this apricot seed thing I've been testing out. And I was talking about, other, like colloidal silver or whatever. Boom! YouTube goes, oh, no. We canceled that ban. Warning, you're not allowed to talk about stuff that the medical community of somebody said you're not allowed to talk about. So I'm going, what the hell? Is apricot seeds cure cancer or something? I'm going, which, I'm not endorsing it. Probably has some poisons in it. People bitch about something. That's not the point. The point is that everybody come back, but they still are controlling speech. And it certainly is on opinion. It's going to be on Charlie Kirk's thing. It's going to be on health care. It's going to be. So I look at this and I go, why do I want to invest time and effort into this? Now, we'll keep going, a little bit as long as we can, but we tried this about 4 or 5 years ago before. When they first started live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, we went back, okay, we'll do the live stream thing, see how that goes. Within 6 weeks, both of them were canceled. And I'm going, yeah. And what do I talk about? Not controversial, super, oh my God, crazy, backcrap, crazy stuff. No, it's philosophy. And they look for an excuse. They got their little, YouTube Nazis going out trying to find you're not with the program.
I know your answer is I don't care, but did you ever or anyone looking at your channel find out officially why they pulled it? I mean, just to make them say it, say what the reasoning is.
Yep. Community standards.
But no detail.
Community standards. Which is, what the hell does that mean? So this is, it's because they can. So going into this Charlie Kirk thing, I give that long answer so you understand that I don't think I know. I know. I've been through this for decades. The whole goal is control. The goal is control. The goal is control. Control of public opinion, control of how big the envelope is of discussion, what can and cannot. So, I get a text today going, Ernie, man, you got to get with it, man. There's stuff going on. Stu Peters, that's been a big, proponent for conservative Ron Paul, and Trump and all this kind of stuff. He's like, hey, look, man. He's thinking that, and I haven't watched it and have, but just kind of, few minutes of an hour and whatever show. It seems like they had exploding pagers and Israeli this and that and so on, that they're saying the reason it did and his shirt puffed out and they got slowed down in video and kind of showing a lot of conspiratorial of, oh my God, that his lapel microphone had the charge in it. So I'm going, okay. Then there's another one that is the rifle shot came from the right. The entrance wound was above his right ear and the neck was the exit wound. Then you got. And then the distraction guy, I shot him. He takes his pants down. And then the reason I'm going, on his phone was child pornography. He's a pedophile, little scumbag. I'm like, why? Okay. That was dumb. The guy, what? And then you find out that because he's charged with child sex crimes, you can't interview him. And I go, whoa, okay, well, that's convenient. Then you have, it goes on, and this is it's not even 3 weeks yet. So I go, do I hold off 3 weeks, kind of let this stuff simmer a little bit? Then you get, where you have all of the information about Erica Kirk. And you're going, well, what the hell have with what? They wouldn't plan her in, getting married and do family and kind of be in charge of, and she gets the keys to the kingdom and loves Israel and been a plant for herself. That'd be wrong. So when do you bring this stuff up? So here it goes. Meet Erica Kirk. Miss Arizona 2012, a Trump pageant girl. She became a casting director, now the widowed queen inheriting Charlie Kirk's empire. But peel back the traditional wife veneer and you'll find something darker. She ran Romanian Angels, an orphan ministry in Constanta, Romania. How the hell whatever. Locals accuse it of trafficking children under the guise of mission work. Exactly the model exposed in Clinton Foundation scandals and Guatemala through Save the Children. Those Romanian orphans are exported to UK, Israel, and undisclosed islands. Philanthropy or pipeline. Her resume writes itself like a honeypot manual. Trump Miss Arizona 2012, a Trump-owned pageant, casting director, founder of multiple nonprofits with orphan projects, married into MAGA's golden boy after falling in love over an interview set up by Trump's team. That's not coincidence. That's placement. Her father, DOD and Raytheon, Israeli division. Her parents, prominent Zionists. Her grandfather, Carl Kenneth Phranq, the vice president of American Bank Note Company. Yes, the ones tied to secure printing and IDs, was Grand Chief of the Independent Order of Vikings, knighted by the King of Sweden. This is not some random trad wife. She was wealthy before knowing Charlie. Zoomed out. The architecture is deja vu. Roy Cohn built a CIA sex kitten blackmail machine. Trump owned pageants and hotels, perfect leverage farms. Epstein wasn't a fluke. He was a franchise plug-in. Erica's pageant to angel trajectory fits the blueprint. Why would a young multimillionaire from initiated family become a Trump pageant girl unless Erica attended a Jesuit university, Regis University, located in Denver, Colorado? Guess who else attended a Jesuit school? Again, Erica was recruited into modeling. Her first pageants were Donald Trump-owned Miss USA pageants, winning Miss Arizona in 12. Was she set up for Charlie the way Melania was set up for Donnie? Brought to the U.S. by Paolo Zampoli, a modeling agent with ties to Mossad, Epstein's orbit, elite trafficking ring. Starting to notice a pattern here. Even the branding repeats. Tate's Angels, the Cam Girl trafficking ring, Romanian Angel, yada, 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 yada. It goes on and on and on for like double that. And it was just, I'm going, damn, they wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong. So what do I share with that? This is why I do the 3-week thing. I get the Stu Peters stuff. We start getting, slow-mo or whatever. What's the autopsy on Charlie Kirk? Are we got to go 20, 30, 70 years before we figure out what the hell happened? Where all this evidence that you can see, well, that looks weird. Even Joe Rogan goes, nah, I'm not seeing, this has got way too many. I mean, what are you going to do? Take out Joe Rogan? Me, Stu Peters, Russell Brand? I mean, the media is in a totally different space right now. They have to control it. For Google to come out and say, "Oh, we're not doing that anymore. You can trust us now." Right. So that's why I do the 3-week thing. So my question on the Telegram channel for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock channel, I go, how much of this do I share? How much of this do I bring up? How many questions along these lines do I ask? How much, and I only mention it here so that the people can understand my dilemma.
Right. Mine too. And fair enough, mine too. I mean, that's pretty much similar, what I'm talking about. And we're in an information crisis. And that, of course, is, you could argue, has been the goal all along, is that when you finally get to the point where up is down and left is right, and you don't know what's true anymore, that's the win for them. And, of course, that's
he even said that. CIA goes to Ray, goes, when everything the people believe is wrong, we win.
Yep.
That's their mindset.
And here you've got Ernie and Phranq.
Occupy the land.
And not that Ernest and Phranq are the end all of information truth seeking, but the fact that we try our best with earnestness to, no pun intended, to bring up what we know and the topics that are affecting us and how we see big picture and all of this. But when the saying is junk in, junk out. So you don't even know the information to rely on. And even the sources that we tend to have used in the past, which I think we've trusted, with a Zero Hedge, it's still back in the day, and other sources, you would find information that had a pretty good pedigree of reliability, and yet still you just don't know exactly what to find. I think that's kind of what we're doing right now, is the restructuring of information. We've seen this for a while, but it's the average person, it took a while to get out of the hypnotic state of the deep state and Operation Mockingbird. It took a while. Many of us already figured it out decades ago. A lot of our family and conservative friends figured it out between Ron Paul and then Donald Trump. Hence, they started the Trump Report for that very reason. At least on my end, Ernie had his own reasons for doing it. But is that when conservatives then wake up, or a lot of them, they just have to realize that what they see and hear from conservative ink, as they say, is not always the truth. That, believe it or not, even conservative news information can be co-opted. Go figure. And then, of course, I've said on the show, then the next shoe to drop will be the left. They're the ones. Now, I'm not saying all of them. You know, the leftists will become even more leftist, many of them. But many of the moderate Democrats are going to start to disassociate from them and just say, whoa, this is a line I can't cross, or I didn't realize you're lying to me. And the fact that how this last election went down and how Joe Biden was just or Kamala Harris was installed, things like that. You start to realize, wait a minute. They're not telling me the truth. We see this in the ratings with CNN and all the rest of them collapsing, including Jimmy Kimmel. So it's an information crisis on all sides. I do stand by that libertarian-minded folk, and I put libertarian as a small L here, but many of us have been doing this a while. We're in a better
much better. Mind much clearer.
Much clearer, yeah, but it's not just because we're libertarian-minded and we're the right way. I want to be really clear. The reason I'm saying, and then that's true too, but the deeper reason a lot of people don't recognize is no. I'll give you a medical analogy. When guys are about to, because I deal with prostate cancer, most of you do. No, and when guys have really bad prostate cancer, like Joe Biden actually, they take away all of your testosterone. And, you know, you lose all of your energy, which is why Joe Biden became Sleepy Joe, because they took away all his testosterone. That's my actual theory, and I'm sticking to it. But a lot of guys will ask me, patients, they'll say, well, how bad is it? And one of the indicators of how well you'll handle having your testosterone gone is how in shape you are ahead of time. So if you've been a couch potato for a long time, getting rid of all, like if Donald Trump lost his testosterone because he doesn't exercise much, and I got to do the same thing actually, but you know, he would have a much harder time with no tea. If some guy's already working out, like you, Ernie, you know, being really busy on your farm and your house and all, if you took away your tea, you probably wouldn't feel it as much as someone else. So it's kind of a strange analogy, but that's how I look at being a libertarian, small L, all of these years, when you've joined the John Burke Society back in the day. Didn't mean that you were a Burkester, but, you know, we would interface with these people. We would learn about their information. And
exercise your brain a little bit.
Excuse me?
Exercise your brain a little bit.
Exactly. Not just your brain, but well, that's true, but critical thinking. And also learning to find other sources of information. And doing it calmly on your own, not in a panic, not when everyone's fighting over your brain. It's kind of like when it's good to learn about gold when gold is boring and not doing anything. You have time to learn about gold eagles and gold and silver and how the markets work, and you learn on your own. You know, remember in 2008, and we're going to be seeing this again soon, where, you know, people who never even knew about gold, suddenly when gold was spiking and there's guys flipping the signs on the street corners, we buy gold. I had people, heck, one of the doctors in my office, he was an Obama guy. He had Obama stickers all over his office. And he came in and he just gave me an envelope with thousands of dollars of cash. And he says, Phranq, I don't understand this gold stuff. You just get me some gold. Like I knew I was at peak. You know, the gold is probably going to pull back at that point when this doctor who laughed at this is throwing money at me. Had no idea about anything behind it. That is the worst time to be buying something that you don't understand. Well, anyway, I feel that that's what's happening now. Many of us in our community, like Charles Goyette, we've listened to people like Charles Goyette, who's a really top radio host here in Arizona, wrote The Dollar Meltdown, all of this. So, but people like him, you know, we've listened to for years. For me, it was Irv Homer back in Philly. We all have our own networks of people. If you happen to be in the older generation of this community, you know, before you had the internet, how did you learn about this? You had to actually hear about Creature from
Arizona Breakfast Club.
Yeah, the Breakfast Club, exactly, for like decades that was going on. But like the Creature from Jekyll Island, first off, you know, just to even know someone who even knows what that book is, that takes effort. Like, that doesn't just show up on Oprah's book club, you know. And then when you see the book and you see it's as long as the IRS code book, then you go, it's a little daunting to take that one on. And, you know, it's not just fun reading. But in order to get to that point, it takes levels and layers and new associations and people, and you have to start working through, you know, reality about what you know, what you think you know, to go through sometimes the cognitive dissonance problem of, my God, you mean my government's lying to me? oh, that'd be wrong, or the media lies to me, or the elections may not be what I thought. When you learn how they work, like, it's just, it takes time of processing over many, many years. And then you listen to people, your family and friends, and how they're looking at the same information and how they see it differently. And now, is it a different opinion?
While the whole time they, them, those are BSing you.
Well, exactly. But it's a process. I mean, I don't know about for you, Ernie. Some people might just be you know what? Whoever's got a shiny badge, I don't listen. End of story. That keeps it simple. For me,
you said it last on honest, TV.
I'm a little longer on that. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but also the way my brain works, and maybe Ernie kind of know about this me personally, is I tend to be the one that I'll take it and take it and take it. I will sit back and maybe over research something, but when I finally commit, there's no holding back. In other words, I have cross-referenced or triangulated the data and information and anecdotes or whatever. That's never just one or two. I probably overcompensate for something that is off the beaten path. It's not a typical narrative, because at that point I need to be 100% convinced in my brain. And so I just go overboard. But when I do, it's there. But for me, it takes time in order to have that much checks and balances that I am thinking the right way. Or, for instance, and not to get off too many topics, but like the economy. And where do you invest? When everyone around you is buying 401ks and they're investing in timeshares and they're doing the normal song and dance, to sit there and invest in gold stocks, for instance, when no one's even looking at them. I mean, that takes a lot of commitment and understanding that doesn't just happen overnight.
Doug Casey advice.
It's not like the Mad Money guy is going to talk about it and you go, oh, Mad Money's giving me inside information.
Man, opposite or whatever. Monkeys throwing darts do better.
But people actually think that they're watching, like they're getting the inside scoop. Like when they hear the Mad Money guy, oh, he's like talking to me through the screen. Me and only a few of my neighbors probably heard this, and like no one knows about this stock. I mean, that's their mindset. But to do something, to be what, like Peter Schiff would say, a contrarian investor, which many of us are, it's not just you're investing contrarian, it's the fact your mindset of how the economy works and everything is contrarian. But you don't get there overnight, unless you're just a contrarian personality, Ernest Hancock, or some of us by default, and we've been accused of that. I've been accused of that some of my friends have said, all I do is just find out what everyone else does, and I just do the opposite. That's their interpretation of me. But no, it takes a lot of effort to get to that point. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm pointing out here. It just takes time for people to, in my opinion, to truly understand why the economy is going to do what it's going to do, about how Operation Mockingbird even exists, let alone how it's affected you. All of this takes time to process, the cognitive dissonance, to go over past that, to go through the stages of grief, not to be funny, but when you find out that everything you thought was right is wrong and people have lied, and all of a sudden they lied about COVID. Well, what else have they lied? You mean 9/11? They may have lied about it, and this and this and JFK. And it's a lot for people to process all at once. And that's what's happening to many of our friends and family. It's overwhelming. But to go back to this analogy of the testosterone, if you're already in shape, in a sense, in this case mentally, and you have this connective tissue of sources of information that you have selected over time. Some of them you realize were hyperbole. Some of them, they lost your confidence. You push them aside and you start to refine down, like a distillation process of the sources that really have been good and reliable, and you start to see birds of a feather of the ecosystem. Now, we could all argue it's called finding your own bubble, and there's an argument for that. But for this community, it's a long process to get to the type of I don't know, fellow friends or information that is at this level. If I sound a little conceited, I apologize. But it takes time. You don't get there overnight. And that's where I think most of our friends and family are going to have a problem. It's like they're being thrown into the deep end of a pool at the same time that it starts raining, meaning raining of all of these YouTube channels and all of these websites. So for all these decades, when people like us how to search for this information. You had to like crawl through mud to find John Birx to even know what it was, let alone, I mean, it wasn't like it was on television or anything. There was no YouTube channel where you just watch a bunch of videos and you get introduced to all these concepts. None of that. Dr. Ron Paul, I mean, you can watch his videos anytime now. But back in 1980, how would anyone learn about the Federal Reserve just going through day-by-day life? You know, you wouldn't, like just being exposed to that. So before there was no exposure, but the people who found out did it the slow, steady, with confidence and understood the principles. Whereas now, finally, everything's breaking down and people are getting pushed out of that mindset and that they have been lied to and they've been in a hypnotic state and all of this. But now where you turn, because they're overwhelmed now with information choices and they don't know where to turn. So now when your friends and family hear you talk about, I don't know, I'm just using an example, about the gold reset and with the stable coins, and we can talk about that later. It seems like we finally can see how they're doing it. Well, your average Joe Schmo who still has a pension, who now is just starting to realize maybe there's something else going on. Now that, what is it? Which bank is it? Not Merrill Lynch. One of the main banks just the other day just changed their portfolio recommendation for all the normies. You know, it's 60-40, 60% stocks, 40% bonds. That's like the gold standard among, unintended there, I guess. That's like the standard industry amongst all the major banks for regular investors.
Silver just went up $1.11 today. 60% stocks, which is kind of the risk to outrun inflation, but 40% bonds, because that's the stability of the U.S. government. Don't care.
40%. Well, that's the standard. Now, I don't think anyone in this audience probably has even owned a bond. I mean, it's almost laughable, but that's what the mainstream is being told, and you're taught in finance school that, you know, in order to work for these major banks, that's what you offer. 40% and 60% keeps you out of trouble, and you can't be sued for mismanaging their money. However, just the other day, guys, I'm sorry, I remember the name of the bank. It's one of the biggest banks. Just the other day, 2-3 days ago, they changed their recommendation across the company. Now, 60% stocks, still the same, but 20% bonds, which is still a joke, but 20%. Where's the other 20%? Their official recommendation is gold. I mean, that's a lot of gold, actually, if you think about it, going from 0 to 20%. But that is so now you've got average Americans.
We're making Russia and China richer.
No, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's the other problem, which is why they're going to push the stable coin.
Okay, let me.
Anyway, go ahead.
You get into stable coins, so on. Right now, when they have supposedly in the Fort Knox gold, it's so many million pounds, tons of a bunch. Multiply that times whatever is, but they have it valued at $42 or something. I'm like, one, why? How? What's the purpose of that? That's just stupid. What if they revalued it at what the market price is now? What would that mean? Well, the market price now is what? 37 something, whatever, it's a bunch. So what are we looking at? Holy crap, 37.55. Damn. So you got 37.55 per ounce of gold. This is not that gold's going up, dollar going down. Things have happened. I've been screaming, oh, here we go. Well, at $3,700, that means it's only, you multiply it, I did it, on a napkin, and I'm going, that's like $800 billion. It's not even $1 trillion. We got a $38 trillion debt. That don't mean shit. All that gold is not going to pay. What are they going to do with it? They want to go revalue it, go to the Federal Reserve, which is not Federal Reserve. They just print money and then charge us interest for it, which is the stupidest thing ever, by the way. That's criminal. That's just dumb. That's just dumb. So what they do is they say, you know what? We need more money. We need to stimulate the economy. We need to rip off everything of value. We got rip off the middle class. That's where all the money is. We went and we took all their stuff. Yep. You know, Social Security, pinky swear prompt. Well, we spent that to put IOU in the thing. Oh, we want more. We want you to crank up the printing press and print up more dollars. Well, that's just more inflation, but not debt. Give us $1 trillion. And we'll give you a certificate so the Federal Reserve has on their balance sheet they own all the Fort Knox gold. And they're doing us a favor? I'm like, who are these people? What is it they think? You are not going to have any kind of a collective government represent you, fix it, on your side, in your name, holding it for you, Social Security, the National Reserve of whatever, even crypto, it doesn't matter. All they want is everything. You'll own nothing, and here's your happy shot. This is how it works. So then when they do the stablecoin thing, the only benefit that does is get people digitized in so they can start buying other crypto, but then they got quantum, they freaking crack that, or they make it anything that's not their official Bitcoin GoldmanSachs.gov coin. Well, then it's counterfeit and you're not allowed. You can't trade it. You can't go on the exchanges. You can't. And then, and all your IRAs and treasuries. I had Peter Schiff on just last week, I think Friday, and I was going, my son said, something like, well, of course they went to crypto doing this so that they have it as a sponge sucking up all the extra liquidity of dollars coming back in. And he goes, no. He goes, what difference does it make? It goes into treasuries. It's still a debt. The same thing. They just got more money out there to do it. It doesn't make any difference. And I'm going, okay, there's that. I mean, I need to drill down on the math of it, but I just don't care. I want the touchy-feely. I want it in my hand. I want it to have value that I can go and not starve. And you got some, silver dimes or something. So this is happening right, not later. Now. This is happening now. What do you need to see? Silver has doubled in how long? This year? Gold has gone up almost, it is to the moon, which tells you what? Then you have, I wanted to finish up on this Erica Kirk thing. And all the stuff that they sent, I read like half of the crap. And then at the end, they even got into Candace Owens and her links to stuff and everything. And see, meanwhile, Charlie Kirk's TPUSA United Kingdom launched at the Royal Automobile Club, whatever that means, under Prince Michael of Kent, Grand Master of Freemasonry. George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband, sat as chairman, tied to Andrew Tate long before Candace. Controlled networks, every link in place, and George Farmer, Candace's elite husband, ties Tate's angels to Erica. Okay, how that happens, I don't know. So ask yourself, is Erica Kirk the grieving traditional wife, or the CIA Mossad honeypot who just inherited the keys to MAGA's youth machine? Did she pay her dues and rite of passage? Charlie's political machine didn't collapse. It was transferred, resurrected through his ritual death. Now I'm going, that's kind of really slinging it, pretty far. But, nothing surprises me anymore. But the way that Netanyahu immediately came out, Charlie Kirk, my bestest buddy in TPUSA, and the bestest of they loved Israel, we need all Israel, and give us a bunch of stuff so we can go whip ass. And then Trump gives them another $6 billion, which is a shitload of Apache helicopters and a bunch of other, equipment and vehicles, and go kick ass and raid on what. I'm like, what the shit? Then he comes out, Putin's, Ukraine can take back his lost territory. All of a sudden, he's like, they can take it back. And NATO, you're going to have to, we're not paying for it all. You got to pony up. Then we'll be, supportive of it. This is Trump. And I'm going, what the shit is going on? And he never deviated from Israel. That never happened. So then you get all the big money and everything going on. That I can't trust or believe anything. It is all comes down to one thing. Quit delegating your authority over your life to someone else to fix it for you. Take off all the team jerseys, and worry about yourself. There's a lot of solutions. One of them is occupy the land. Where? I don't care. Go to space, out in the ocean. You have to be more self-sufficient. That's the only way you are going to insulate yourself from what's coming, if you even can. Just saying.
Well, before we get off the topic, with at least Erica Kirk, yeah, I mean, it was like a new crowning. I mean, especially being there, you could see it. You've been seeing it all week, but it was the unanimous, or at least they try to present an unanimous front that she is now the face. The grieving widow, obviously, with the father of her children, and I can't take any of that away. And I mean, if to say this whole thing is a plot, she's a Mossad honeypot. I mean, look,
she was a millionaire before she met Charlie.
Yeah. Well, let's just say it's going to be a bitter pill for a lot of people in the MAGA side, and I'm not putting my opinion on this, except that that's a heck of a doozy. But there is a way to figure that out. Now, I agree with you. The thing with Israel, it would make a lot of sense. We talked about in the last show and many of these shows prior of obviously Israel's influence, and the more that people are being red-pilled. The left has already been blue-pilled over this issue for different reasons of Palestine. Conservatives, more and more, the anti-war, the younger generation, they're tired of war. Many of them were born into war. Since 9/11, we've been like perpetual war at the Middle East, and it just keeps coming down to Israel. Anyway, again, nothing with Jewish people. It's the government of Israel. It's the problem. And everywhere you turn around, it's like you find another, a conspiracy theory. And it's, I often bring up Jack Ruby. His name's Jack Ruby. No, it was Jack Rubenstein. That was his real name. I just, and that never seems to come up. And I always wondered, how come there's never whatever happened with Jack Ruby? Like, he just goes to jail and he just lives his life in jail and, like nothing. Like that's the story. How come it's always about Oswald? It's never about Jack Ruby. Oh, and then I find out his name. It just begs the question. But you're not allowed. Then you find out you're not even allowed to ask the question, and it goes on and on. So all this, they are losing the younger generation. Tim Pool even told Bibi Netanyahu into his face at that Chatham House rules meeting that all these influencers had with him privately about 8 months ago or a year ago. So he knows he's losing that PR battle, and lo and behold, you have the new king of the youth generation, Charlie Kirk, and that list and everything that he's been building up. And if it was stolen away for a reason like that, there isn't a word for evil enough for someone or an organization that's pulled that
at least
whoever it
by
is.
bad.
There's not even a word for it on so many levels. But it is true. After he died, I mean, BB's like, he was our best friend, and it's a shame he didn't come to Israel, but he said he was going to. So they were getting him on that. You have to take an Israel tour. So it sounded like they were working on that, whether he committed or not. Also, Charlie Kirk, in a lot of his last interviews with Megyn Kelly and others, he was talking about this concern with Israel and their influence in our government. Like, he was starting to come around and seeing this. Heck, even Mark Dice, who always threw stones at a lot of Charlie Kirk's conservative Inc. credentials, began noticing himself. Like, wow, and Mark Dice is a pretty hard critic over these issues. So Charlie Kirk was definitely seeing this. And at the same time, right before the assassination, then when my wife and I went to the memorial at Turning Point, not the one that was on television, but last week I shared with the show, we actually went to Turning Point headquarters where you're seeing all the flowers and everything laid out. I wanted to go before the weekend when everybody flew in. I knew that place would be crazy busy, but we got my wife got to say her respects and such. But I told Ernie, all I saw were all teddy bears people left for Charlie and his children, all sorts of handmade signs. It was a beautiful thing. And all these flags. But I would say about 5% of the flags, or 10% of the flags, were not American. They were Israeli. Israeli flags. There weren't French flags. You know, people in France like Charlie Kirk too. There weren't like Italian flags. People in Italy like Charlie Kirk. They were all Israeli flags, right? Now, what the hell? I mean, just
around the world, they had these supportive Charlie things. Was there one in Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or anything?
You know, it's a good question. I mean, had him everywhere else. I can't imagine that he wouldn't have something there. So you have that. Then you had the issue of who he was having on his show. So he was all about discussion and dialogue. And it's interesting how people would give him credit, or the Israeli people will give him credit for, so yes, he's a nice conservative. He's trying to change people's minds. He's open to dialogue, people with the left. But he also had people from the right, like Alex Jones, the Turning Point USA. He had one of the biggest ovations ever when he had Alex Jones at Turning Point. And I mean, that just said volumes. You know, he's, of course, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, who are clearly critical of Israel, and helping expose this to a wider, more mainstream conservative and just independent audience. So they are dangerous to the Israeli lobby and AIPAC. And yet he had them all on. And Tucker Carlson spoke at the memorial, as I'm sure all of you saw. And most of you, I'm sure, were not in the audience. I was beyond honored. Just the fact I got in, and I will talk about that story later. Believe it or not, karmically involves Bill Clinton. That's a story you've never heard before. But we'll get to that later. But I was there in the audience, and when Tucker got up, he had probably maybe the second or third loudest applause of the entire audience. I mean, you know, Donald Trump got a huge applause, and I'm trying to think. Oh, and RFK Jr. I would say Trump, RFK Jr., and Tucker got the loudest, and Benny Johnson. I mean, Benny Johnson's like a diehard Turning Point. He got his start there, Turning Point, and so he has a lot of extra love. But I would say those by far were the top four of everyone. So, point is, Tucker is popular in that audience. He was not getting any boos from pro-Israel people in that audience, and many of them, I would say half of that audience, were certainly very Christian. You know, they were either born again or whatever denomination. I'm only saying that because when you had all the Christian singers, they were the top acts. I have to say, those Christian bands in the beginning, I don't know if it was televised, you guys saw it, but the music was
we
really...
started watching it about 9:30 in the morning at Bob's, and we went all the way to the end. We just sat there in the comfort of Bob's living room and watched the whole thing.
You don't pay me enough, Ern. But anyway, so to me, I have to be honest. We weren't sure if they were going to televise that or they were just going to cut in for the speaker. So I'm glad that
it was a worship service.
Yeah. And look, this is no comment on Christianity. Let me be clear about this. But, you know, look, I listen to Tangerine Dream. I mean, I named my daughter after them. So, you know, that's kind of like my music, and I like classical, things like that.
We know.
So, yeah, you know. Yeah, for sharing. You still should put Tangerine Dream as your new bumper music. You don't ever listen to me. But anyway, but that music, you know, for Christian rock band music, I'll be honest, I don't really care for it. It's not the lyrics. It's just the type of music. It's like, you know, it's kind of like the old Christian movies, the independent movies that were Christian-based. They just kind of on the cheap side. And look, I give them credit. God bless the companies that pulled together money to make them. Again, 1,000% respect. But, you know, they just had that cheapness. And then Angel Studios comes along and raises it to a whole nother level. I mean, Angel was like Hollywood level, and it's upping the game. Well, that to me, and forgive me, guys who know these groups, but we could tell, my wife and I, that this was like the Lady Gaga and the Beatles of Christian music. And man, just being there and hearing it with those speakers and the string section, and it was really good. I just had to add that in.
This is more common than you think at these churches.
No, I'm sure.
Dream City, where Charlie Kirk is from, is where Donna and I mostly go to church recently because our oldest daughter Rhea and her family go there. And when we go visit and everything, it's every Sunday we're out there. We go there, and then there's another church in Chandler that we go to when we visit those kids. So, going to Dream City, they focus on children. The whole campus is redone for children. It's all about raising Generation Next. But the bands and they have a music minister at these big churches, which they always do, and they have the choir, that kind of crap. But that's not what this is. It's a rock band, and they got lead singers out there, and then they bring, because they have the capability and the stage presence, and it's streamed and all that kind of stuff. It is a rock concert in there. Yeah, and they bring in, and they got the drummer behind some plexiglass so it doesn't like boom you out, But they have microphones so they can control it. But it is like that every Sunday. Well, a lot of these people, the best ones, is what you saw at Turning Point. But this is kind of common now. It's for the generation next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it really was. Like, I could sense it was a combination of, for his memorial, obviously the top groups would be invited to do it. And also it's probably a sign of the progression that's more modernized. And including what Turning Point did for political rallies themselves. Before I really knew what Turning Point was, I had it was Dr. Joanne Feaster, who got me the tickets to the inauguration way back when, and she invited me to the Turning Point USA event here in Phoenix, which is the big event. Obviously, it's in Charlie's hometown, and I'm sure the one this year is going to be mega. So hopefully you'll join me. Maybe we should go. But anyway, but I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was like the RNC type of kumbaya Republican deal. And I figured, well, all right, some Trump stuff's there, I'll go. I had no idea it was this youth Turning Point deal. And I walked in, I thought I was at a damn rock concert. It was like a Kiss concert. And people are coming out on stage, and there's fireworks going on. You saw the fireworks at the memorial, but that was in a stadium. Imagine seeing that at just the convention center, and the entire the display, what do you call it, the stage was in wings. It was literally like a Kiss concert where you have multiple wings to the stage and lighting and these fancy view boards and the fireworks and lasers. And I'm like Republicans, usually they're a bunch of straw hat old fuddy-duddies.
And long hair and Christian tattoos, and I mean, it's all over.
No, it was amazing. So that is a different mindset, too, that I'm seeing that Turning Point tapped into, and where I guess the new market is. Same thing with, I guess, the Christian music, which was great to see. Well, anyway, I just wanted to point that out. The reason I was bringing that up, though, is that Tucker Carlson was there, and he is a massive influence to the youth who also is hearing it from both sides about the issues with the Israeli government, both from the conservatives, like young conservatives, not Mark Levin, not Dennis Prager, who I have a lot of respect for, who's, by the way, dying, unfortunately, in a hospital. He's got some kidney issues, and I do put prayers out for him. I do respect Dennis Prager. But, the old guard, especially if they happen to be a Jewish background, just coincidence or not, they're all, the older guard, including a lot of my Christian friends who are older, who watch Fox News still. To them, oh, yeah, get out of Ukraine, get out of the wars. Oh, Trump's great, no war. But when it comes to Israel, we have to do whatever it takes because it's a religious issue about, because it says so in the Bible. Well, that's not a reason for foreign policy for the Bible. I'm sorry. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, it's like that's not a reason. But that is the generation who is still holding on to this, to the AIPAC matters to that crowd. But young people, conservatives even, are hearing from young conservative influencers and from even their college professors, both a bunch of blue hair, furry people. They're also having issues with Israel for different reasons. So they really, really need that list. And to have the influence of 100 million people who tuned in to that, and you have Tucker Carlson up there, and although it's fairly apolitical, he got dinged for talking about how they silenced Jesus. And again, he never articulated they, but, if you just know it's right there, he just mentioned that's the Bible, it's fact. I mean, it is factual. Even
Pharisees.
And even Josephus, who was the Roman historian, who was not a Christian and not a Jew, he was the objective voice. So we know all that happened officially. But anyway, so Tucker Carlson. So the reason I brought all of that up is to counter your one argument about whether Erica is the honeypot Mossad agent, which, hey, look, audience, at this point, I'm like with Ernie. I don't trust anything. Anything goes. Let me be really clear with that. However, I'll throw the gauntlet down. We will know if she's that or not. Simple. Is Tucker Carlson coming to Turning Point USA meetings? Is he going to be at the convention here in Phoenix? Right? That is everyone's going to be watching that convention. It's going to be the monumental rebirth of the Phoenix of Turning Point, and Tucker better be there. If he's not there, it'll be glaring, and of course, he'll be talking on his show, I was not invited. And if he's not invited by Erica Kirk, the entire movement is undermined and co-opted, and I would agree. And finally, on that point, Turning Point is continuing their speaking tour. And I believe Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Michael Knowles, they've all committed to Turning Point already. I guess they were all hanging out at the memorial. They all committed that they are each going to kind of like pick up the mic and do a Charlie Kirk at a different college. Obviously, I'm sure it's not going to be outside. It's all going to be high security inside the gym or whatever. But at least they're going to show that they're not being defeated. They're going to continue this with more voices coming out. And Tucker Carlson, I believe, is going to be one of the speakers. Again, if he's blatantly absent, then you are correct. So Tucker is the threat at this point. Others too. Before I throw it back to you, I predicted this last week or 2 weeks ago. I said, I'm ashamed what happened with Charlie Kirk. But, when a moderate conservative, although they called him alt-right Nazi, but, he was like a moderate. He was just open for people living their life and all. He was a nice guy, right? So he goes down, and who's right in the wings? I predicted this to this audience. A lot of you didn't even, you've all heard the name. Nick Fuentes. I said that at the conclusion like 2 weeks ago, and guess who's showing up everywhere? Nick Fuentes, and he was on the PBD, the Patrick Bet-David show, where he's, Patrick Bet-David is like another new influencer voice who's not from the neocon world. He's kind of a full MAGA, and he's got questions. He has questions, and one of the questions is, I keep hearing about this Nick Fuentes. He just keeps popping up around in my circular. I wonder. So he had him on the show, and of course the Israeli lobby and all them were flipping out at him, calling him, a Nazi for even platforming Nick Fuentes. It's a fascinating interview, and I won't go into that right now. But it's that interview was very good, and what I mean by good is it humanized Nick Fuentes from the boogeyman of the clips where he's using a lot of racial epithets for different effect, for different reasons. But that's what he's known for, because you're not even allowed to utter certain syllables. And if you're making a rap album, then you can. But if you're not making a rap album, then all of a sudden you can lose your job and hate crimes and everything else. So he's now on the show, behaving himself and articulating himself very well, and especially in the shadow of the Kirk assassination, where normies like my wife are herself trying to wrestle with emotionally. And where are they at this point? It was that they just thought that the so-called concerns of civil war were just something that Ernie and Alex Jones and Phranq and some of you guys will think about. But to have normies suddenly realize that they're at war and they didn't know they were, that the other side really hates them, like really, and especially with the ICE shooting, and we've had three shootings of the leftists in just 3 weeks. I mean, it just keeps compounding. So now that people like my wife are suddenly really active and she feels very angry and very vulnerable. And all this, that's why I was saying, watch who shows up in the wings. It's a shame, Charlie Kirk was a good asset for the left, believe it or not. I mean, he lowered the temperature, and now you take him out, and now you're going to have more hot brands coming in, whether right or wrongly. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. That is Nick Fuentes. He's going to be, pretty soon Tucker Carlson is going to be the safe choice for Turning Point, because now you got Nick Fuentes getting much more coverage, much more humanized. I'm going to be checking out his channel just because, he's definitely an influence. I want to see and hear where that goes. I'm very curious. And of course, Tucker Carlson, will he be at the Turning Point conferences? So anyway, we will see if you're right or if that theory is right about Mossad involved with this. That's an easy one to me.
Well, it's so unseemly how Netanyahu, dealt with this, and it just seems so
agreed,
so calculated.
Yep.
It's a cui bono kind of thing. Who benefits? And it was, it's so representative of my entire life with the foreign policy this country has with Israel and Netanyahu. I mean, him personally for decades. This is, even he's got all kinds of domestic issues. There's, people, they're not digging a lot of what's going on. And what's happening in Gaza for Trump to side with this extermination. I mean, there's no coverage. You're not getting anything. Mm-hmm. There's no, people, it leaks out, and we have some stuff every now and then, Freedom's Phoenix, we're showing, but you have to hunt for that stuff. You have to look, okay, what's going on? And then it goes to, this group, a reporter of this group, and they put something out, and then they're all dead. They go after, little Palestinian kids and reporters. I mean, it's amazing. And then we're giving them a crap ton more military equipment. Why? What's going on in Saudi Arabia is that, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, there's kind of, the people are, we're not big on the U.S. being here anymore and using our people don't like, we need Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, take it back from the Taliban. Well, how are you going to do that? Well, we're just going to do it because we're going to do it. All right, whatever. I mean, and the big reason because it's strategically located near China. So you're going, there's so much stuff going on from Mr. Give Me the Nobel Peace Prize Trump, because when he did his address at the United Nations, which I watched the whole thing, and his other two speeches that he had done before were pretty awesome. I was like, damn, that was pretty good. This one was not as good. It was more, we're here, I'm back in charge, yeah, this is what's going to happen, get over it. And I was very scared. This Trump, whatever benefit we got from Trump before or now, or thinking he's reading his press too much. It's almost like he's taken on the mindset of the left, that they believe their own bullshit. And I'm not feeling better. I'm not feeling confident about the future. They're going to put us into more debt. They're going to take away more assets. They're going to tokenize everything. They're going to give it all to, BlackRock, Blackstone, Blackheart, Black somebody, and it's going to be control by they, them, those, and we handed it to them. Here's the keys. And then those that get out of line, we got Peter Thiel and Palantir is going to freaking take care of business. We know everything of what's going on. It reminds me of the movie Gattaca. Gattaca was a, if you weren't gene spliced, made better human being, you were a degenerate, And it was very interesting, the whole message of that. It had, who was the stars in that? It was Ethan Hawke and who was the other guy in the wheelchair? It was Uma Thurman. And I keep
Jude Law.
He was
Jude Law.
Jude Law. Yeah, I can't ever remember his name. Jude. That's my grandson's
And by the
name.
way, the soundtrack is from a Polish orchestra director who is very famous and is one of his few soundtracks. And the soundtrack of the score is just perfection. So check it out if you like good scores.
More movie trivia, irrelevant from Phranq. Anyway, so then the whole thing of that movie at the end was that this one guy that kind of stole the helix, he'd do his blood to pass through whatever. They wanted to believe that he was him. He was in an accident, put in a wheelchair, so he can't be super elite. So he has this other degenerate, that was just a natural birth guy that was very capable and so on, and he pretended to be him. Hilarity ensued. But the point was, at the end of that, they go, you can't quantify the human spirit. You can't, program that which is spontaneous and normal of humanity marches on and expresses itself in high capability of, just will and force of will and circumstance and, desire and inspiration of how, like angel humanity can be to whatever. That was kind of the point of the whole thing. You can't program this stuff. Well, that is the mindset that Palantir and these guys have. And that was what technocracy was all about, the technocrats. If we had enough data, if we had enough ones and zeros and sensors and analysis on every square centimeter of the planet, we could perfectly predict and control the weather. If we had more information, we would be able to control everything because we could control for the sake of control. Sitting back and preparing yourself and prepping and having the ability to weather the weather, weather the storm, weather the politics, weather the invasion, weather the circumstances, being a individual, a family, a community that could withstand variations in life is not even an attempt. We don't want to be resilient as individuals, human beings, countries, philosophies, or whatever. We want to just control our circumstances so we could just, be chair people and the lazy boy of sit there and, have everything the way we want. And I'm like, wow, it diminishes human beings. So then you get into like movies like, Insurrection, Star Trek, where they had this planet that was technological, but they chose not to use their technology other than maybe healthcare or something like that. But they go, no, they get their hands dirty. They go out in the field. They do art. They wanted to be more like Amish. They wanted to be closer to the land, be more resilient, create communities that could survive the fluctuations and whatever. We are getting so far away from that sooner or later, there's going to be a tsunami of circumstances, a tsunami of Skynet takes out whatever, a tsunami of thermonuclear devices, a tsunami of, impact by a foreign space body of an aliens come. So there's going to be something, and we're just going to be roadkill because we do not have fundamental, basic, I can clothe myself, shelter myself, feed myself, water myself, educate myself of nothing. And we are so vulnerable because we are putting our lives in the hands of other people by delegating that authority, thinking that we have a say with voting. This is so dangerous to a species. Then you get guys like Musk, whether you like him or not or believe whatever, to just go, look, man, we need to be a multi-planet species. The way we're going, we ain't going to make it, So that is just another example of decentralization, diversification. So that's what I see in long term, as I think long term for humanity and my family and, the lineage of the Hancocks, and whatever my son-in-law's names, they're all part of the family. So this is why I do 3 weeks. Give it 3 weeks. But how long has it been? I mean, it's not even 2 weeks, is it? I'm like, this is not going well already. You have a cremation of Charlie Kirk's body. There's no even discussion of an autopsy of the results of what really happened. And they're waiting.
Ernie, was there any reason given why there was not an autopsy? What's the reason officially, as if it matters?
Not that I see. It's a family decision or whatever. Get over it. The thing is that what I suspect and what I'm feeling is that before they do an autopsy, before they commit to official story of, they got to wait until all this conspiratorial stuff gets out and sift through to how they can integrate it into the narrative. Because they don't want to come out and say, oh, this happened, and all of a sudden it's grassy knoll people, So I don't think they care. It is, all they have to do is get to one more election cycle. That's it. And this election cycle, is it going to be Democrats, progressive, left take over the House? Is it going to be more consolidated with the right? Is it going to be, election fraud or us, part 47? Is it going to be? Is it going to be? Is it going to be? But in the end, vast majority of the House is going to be Israel, 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 Israel. And they just had, at the same time, less than a month ago, 250 whatever congressmen in Israel. Who the hell are they representing? And what's the majority? Now, what is it you need? It's 435, so half of that is what? 215 or something? They had 250 in Israel. Guess who wins? Who is our foreign power? Who is the attack power? Who is this country defend? What is our, big giant aircraft carrier on land in the Middle East, Israel kind of thing? It's becoming increasingly obvious, but then they always, and here's where Candace Owen things comes in, they always have controlled opposition. Who's the big opposition? Well, of course, Tucker. See how that plays out. But the Israel thing kind of criticism, Candace, where her husband is kind of part of, and she's got her own. What role do they play? Are they playing a part? Do they even know they're playing a part? Is there, a line? They got a psychological profile on everybody of you can push this person so far in certain things with certain strokes of their ego and their id to be able to, get compliance with whatever you want if you trade off to whatever. They know these things. Hell, they got an AI probably programmed with all this crap. So nothing surprises me anymore. But what does surprise me is how long it takes to suffer evils while they are still sufferable. And then I have an existential threat that people rise up. They rise up for their country, their religion, their flag, their whatever, usually for themselves, for their family, for their community. It's like this far and no further. The redcoats said, Lexington and Concord, at North Bridge, turn around some bitch. And that's why you got a bunch of these shootings, in my opinion. They got shootings every day. They've been building up to whatever. Are they real? The guy winds up dead. He gets shot. He's sitting up on the building doing what? He took apart his gun. He didn't take apart his gun. He has it. Okay, I didn't say anything about this. Last weekend, I just, we were working on the land, doing whatever, and I got more than enough area out here to shoot. You've been out here. I can shoot wherever the hell I want, And I went up to the high corner of our property, up the entrance there at the end of the runway, where it has the, the southwest corner. Along the side of our property, it goes about, I think it's about 1,300 feet, and then it's like 600 by 600 feet, and it's like 18 acres. So I go up there, and Donna and I measured. It took us maybe 15 minutes to set. It was getting late in the day. We're going to lose the sun. We had finished whatever. I go, I want to try this because I have under the bus, and we accumulated a bunch of our firearms that we had stored with friends and family and so on while we were on the Love Bus Liberty tour. And I repatriated them here on the land. So I had a 30-06 with a scope. Haven't touched it in 4 or 5 years. Not even looked at it. I just, you open the case, there it is, done. All I did is I put 5 rounds in it, locked it, had a table, made just pounded in a post and put up some particle board about the size of a 5-gallon bucket. It's about that size. Painted it red, put a black dot in the middle, went back there, put the sight on 200 yards. I just wanted to see. And I had, the gun on the table, propped up on the gun case, nothing special, didn't have my bags out, wasn't laying prone, not just wanted to see how close I could get. Hit the bucket 5 times, one, head, neck shot kind of, hadn't touched it in a long time. Then I got out my FAL. A FAL is like a World War II 308. That's a semi-automatic with a 20-round mag, and it's just, a gun that, me and some friends bought parts for back, God, in the 90s. If you made your own gun and bought these parts, then it was legal to get, whatever. We broke it down to nothing and anodized it ourselves and rebuilt it and put on different parts to make it legal or whatever. So I take that, and that's iron sights. I put that on there, boom, 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 5 shots, hit the board, hit the bucket. It was the size of a bucket. Now, I'm not getting, headshots kind of thing, but it's open sights. I mean, come on, Then I took my 10-22. I have a 22. Now that, 200 yards is, you got to lob them in. I mean, you're kind of doing a trajectory on that. So on that one, I picked on the reticle bottom, like a 200 yard where I had it zeroed in at 100 yards before. I put that up. Man, I'm taking headshots with that because, that's, a nice gun. I like it and the way I had it set up. 10-22, 22, long rifle, just did 22. Man, I was just, beating the crap out of that target. Not laying prone. Hadn't shot a rifle in like years. Just did it 15 minutes, get out there, it's hot, and kind of, just boom, 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 do it. So, I wanted to do that to prove to myself how easy of a shot this would have been. Certainly with somebody with a zero. I didn't even zero it in. I didn't even check it, do mic go. It's just whatever it was set, banging around in the bus, traveling, going back and forth for years or whatever. How close could I get? I wanted to see. Pretty damn close. To equate it so people understand what this is, if you take a golf shot, anybody that golfs, you got a gimme. It's within the length of the grip on your putter. That's a gimme. It's a foot. Don't waste time. It's 12, 18 inches. I give it to you. You put down on the score. You made it. Okay, boom. That's like a 100-yard shot. 200 yards. Yeah, you have to work for it a little bit. It's like a 3-4 foot shot or something. I mean, you're gonna have to pay attention. I mean, you get the pro golfer. They get up there and they pay attention on those short ones. You could miss them. I mean. So that's kind of what this was. It was like a 3-4 foot putt. 3 foot. You had to, at least have a scope and, not be stupid. But when you're laying down, when you got your gun propped up, you got a sighted-in weapon. A Mauser is an old gun, 30-06, World War I, II, back in the day, but they are accurate, and they are, a lot of them are long barrel. Now, the one that they showed for the 30-06 for Kirk, then there's the other guys, for Trump and, all these other guys shooting the ICE officers and all that, whatever. The one that for this kid that shot Charlie Kirk, allegedly, that's pretty much what I have. What I forgot, and I knew, I put, hard into my shoulder because I know that some bitch kicks like hell. Now, the semi-automatic, the 308, not so much because it has that action that, kind of buffers the kick. A 30-06, you take a shot with that and you got to cycle it, with the bolt action and everything. Man, that hurts. I remember, damn, I got to put on a pad. I have a shooting vest that has a pad on there and I didn't have that. Man, that hurt my shoulder. Man, 30-06 will kick the crap out of you. And the trajectory of it is pretty flat. I mean, certainly for 200 yards. It's not doing this lobbing in thing like my 22. So I did that just so I could personally know and say that a 200-yard shot, certainly 140 whatever yard for the Trump one, is really, a short putt. It's not that hard. So anybody that has, they sighted in their weapon, they practiced even a little bit, not a hard shot, in my opinion. It's not maybe a gimme, but it's pretty much a gimme. Now, if you shoot for center of mass, like they're facing you in the chest, you're going to hit something. Now, going for a headshot, that's another thing, but it's not as difficult as a lot of these guys. That would never be no, that's pretty easy, especially with a good scope. So I am of the opinion that there's all kinds of possibilities. It could be exactly what the narrative that they want us to believe or not, but that's not what I'm concerned about. there is a bunch of video coming out. This guy handed this and did this and got that, and this person should be background checked up, and what's their relationship to intelligence community and CIA, as much as his wife. I mean, I'm going, damn, I did not know all that about whatever. Then you have how Israel Netanyahu responded to this stuff, and then, Candace, see what's going on there. Tucker, how much do I believe him? I mean, he was, freaking CNN bow tie and pissed me off back in the day, so, you never know. And, so the only real answer, 3 weeks, and the other thing is, why does it have such an impact on your life when it doesn't have to? Occupy the land. Prepare. Take care of yourself. Because all the things that we have been warned about that are coming is coming. Regardless of what it is, man-made, natural disaster, something, we just went through a worldwide, certainly country, lockdown. We just went through this pandemic thing. We just went through, and we haven't even got to RFK Jr. and Trump going on about how Tylenol is freaking acetaminophen is one of the key things causing autism of whatever. Is that true? I don't know. Then you get these pregnant woke people going out, screw him, and now they're in the hospital. I just like, yeah, damn. Is this just like a culling of stupid people?
I didn't hear that. They're in the hospital, some of them?
Yeah. They started downing this stuff, and you got husbands calling in, and they're in fighting for their life, and their liver went down because they OD'd on Tylenol. Well, this is like, I don't know, what kind of TikTok challenge is this? All pregnant woke people.
It's called the Darwin Awards. This is the Darwin Awards.
I was like, this is just stupid. So I'm of the opinion that, and I'll turn it to you after this. I want to show this on the video stream. If you guys watching the live stream, you can go over here. This is James Corbett and I, we set up for him opensourceeducation.online, because all his documentaries and people, I'm going, look, if they watched these documentaries, these selected few on psychology, history, science, literature, economics, politics, you did that, you got a master's degree if I freaking know what's up. Okay, we need to have a place other than just your site, or mine's kind of complicated and it's got all these different categories, like 200 categories or whatever. You have just the main basic, you need to know this to get an idea of what's up. Well, he added psychology, and he's making a big deal out of this. Open source education, the psychology, descent into madness. Davi Barker's authoritarian sociopathy show is in there. Are you being gamed? Your brain is the next battle space. The battle for your brain is already underway. Larry Rosen gives practical advice on controlling your smartphone. The bystander effect. A lot of psychology of how they're doing what they're doing. Open source education.online. James Corbett decided to do the psychology thing because what's going on now dovetails into a lot of the stuff that he and I have been talking about, for years that we've been doing the show together. And I'm just saying, you can see it. It is just because I've been paying attention and documenting it and talking about it. But I'm always more than going down in these rabbit holes, because the rabbit hole that started me off was elections. It was election fraud, election control, all this other stuff. How do they get away with this stuff? It was elections. They controlled the options that you have and didn't have. Choose from communist candidate A or fascist B, we don't care. We control both. Well, that's what's going on. So I'm going, okay, what's the solution? Well, in my life, I'm now 64. I'm coming up on, 64 and a half. And I'm going, all right, what is something that we could do for ourselves and our family? Be more self-sufficient, occupy the land, get as far out in the freaking desert as a tractor plowing will allow you, and just how long can you get prepared before the man with the clipboard starts showing up? So that's what's going on. That's been my offering. This is, do this and you too shall not be, super slave on the first FEMA camp. That kind of thing. So that's what we've been doing. But how is it that they prevent you from that? How is it they convince you to send your children to be raised by Uncle Sam? How did they do that? Where is that done? What is the foundational basic thing of you come out of high school as a teenager without any life skills whatsoever, and you want to get married? I got a liberal arts degree. If I got a degree in basket weaving or whatever, I got a degree. Give me a job. You promised me a job, I got a degree. It says right here. I'm woke. You know, where's my money? We'll give you a universal basic, a robot do it for you. Okay. You know, I'm good. You know, we are being set up so much, and only people that are going to be able to populate the planet are those that are controlled, willing to be controlled, in the control matrix, giving up everything, putting their ankles up to their ears and saying, Uncle Sam, do me. And then you find out it's not even Uncle Sam. So then Derek Bros, the conscientious resistance, he did a series, and we just put up a couple of days ago. It was season 1, episode 17 or something, on who really is controlling everything. And he goes through all the conspiratorial whatever, but it's just like James Corbett or Richard Grove from Tragedy and Hope, and you know, the autonomy classes and so on. And here's a young guy, Derek Bros. He's all about decentralization kind of guy. He's, you know, from Houston, long story. And he went through, and it was awesome. This one episode, number 17. I got to go through 16 to get to 17. 17 was awesome. I just put that up. I go, up, everybody pay attention to this. Publisher recommended, top of the page. You want to see the lineage, you know, the connection. This is by their own admission. They aren't secret about it anymore. You know, it goes to, you know, Bilderberger, then they got the Trilateral Commission, and they got the, you know, group of 300, whatever the hell, and we kind of, you know, when you were talking about the Chatham House thing, that was a thing, and I'm going, you know, they're not secret about it. So who talks about it? I mean, the closest you get, maybe, what, Candace, Tucker? They're not getting deep into the, oh my God, of who actual naming names. So I bring these things up, and Phranq and I talk about the Trump report and the Trump administration and the current events and news of now. But they go back much further. And when Richard Grove and James Corbett do all that, I go, yeah, that's all very interesting. That's great. I'm glad. We'll set up open source education.online to put your stuff kind of, yeah, that's cool. But now what? Now what? Okay, we all know. We learned it in elementary school. They, them, those, we got it. Now what? Now what? Now what? We go to Mars? That's your now what? Is that it? Now what's coming? And if you aren't prepared, you're going to be roadkill. And a lot of that, like Phranq and I have been screaming all these years, gold and silver. Gold and silver. Why? What's so great about gold and silver? It's touchy-feely. That's what it is. You know, right now, let's go ahead and refresh here. Take a looky-see. We have gold is up $10.50 today. Significant. Silver is over $45 now. Oh my God, it was over 30. Oh my God, it was over 36. Oh my God, it hit 40. Oh my God, it's 45. In like weeks. Oh my God. I remember when this happened before. It was in 2010, 11, around in there when we were doing silver dime cards. The silver dime card, a dime, a 90% silver dime, you know, was like $1 or something, whatever, you know. Then it went up to $4 and something, $4.80. Now it's back up there again. It's over $4 for a silver dime now in the value. So when they say dime a dozen, what do they mean? A silver dime for a dozen eggs. Silver is what you kind of kept it level. There wasn't any inflation. An ounce bought you an ounce of goodies. And in fact, it took less gold and silver to buy different things. So we had deflation. Things were getting more productive. We had the Industrial Revolution. All of a sudden, you know, everybody's living in their own single-family home on one salary, working, you know, 40 hours a week. And they go, wow, where's all that money? Middle class, it's ours now. We're taking it. We're encouraging you, taxing you, but you can save and tax deferred of retirement if you put it in this account, and it's all in your 401 IRA, and it's ours now. Oh, and it's gone. This is all by design. And it's getting to the point that it happened about 6 months ago. I was going, I really should be just focusing on the land. Cut back on the radio, do it once a week. Maybe I do Corbett and Phranq and one other or something important. I'd kind of, back off, one dispatch a day instead of two on Freedom's Phoenix. Kind of, pull in the horns a little bit and focus on here it comes. But then the audience and the supporters and everything, whoa, Ernie, no. We now more than, I'm like, all right, crap. All right. So we amped it up again. We go in back on social media. But what's the story there? They're curtailing. They're shadow banning. They're doing the same stuff they always do. All right. We'll just go ahead and go through, so I can neon, I told you so. But it doesn't change anything about what the solution is. The solution is you. Do it. Hey, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, but you're doing it. You learn more from doing stuff wrong. You know how much I learned from doing it wrong? So this is what I'm encouraging the audience to do. Take care of you. They're trying to guilt you into take care of your country. Wear the right team jersey. Wave the right flag. Sing the right songs. Support the right people. Every single one of those things. Vote right. Every single one of those things is you're delegating more of your responsibility for yourself and your family and your community to something or somebody else. That is the problem. That is the sickness. That is not the solution. Just saying. Phranq?
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. The broad strokes we were talking about. It's mainly just empowerment. And you were talking about being ready. Obviously we're talking financially, where you live, your location, protect yourself, food, water, all these basics. But I just wanted to echo one other point I was kind of saying earlier about getting through the cognitive dissonance and where a lot of us, I think, have an advantage is that you need to be psychologically ready to deal with changes that will happen quick. And that comes with being at peace. You could also, find a religious or spiritual foundation, to help you too. But to understand, as an example, what's happening with the financial system, as much as we can know. I mean, even the experts don't know because it's all being manipulated at real high levels. But, I think many of in our community are watching these different markets. Just the fact that we have a healthy conversation, which is it going to be gold or Bitcoin? Not to get into that whole endless conversation for now. But
GoldmanSuck.gov coin.
But if you're looking at Bitcoin and gold, just the fact that we're having that conversation amongst each other, because if you understand Bitcoin and or gold, it means at least fundamentally you understand the problem with the economy, and hopefully you understand the theories behind how we got to where we're at. And then if you're going to be putting your money in one or the other, or you're going to take a stand and say, oh, it's all Bitcoin and everything else is crap coin, and it's going to be gold, your Peter Schiff position, Bitcoin, you're going to lose all your money, whatever it is. To even come up with that conclusion, whether you're right or not, it's not the issue, but you have to understand so many fundamentals that you're so far ahead of your neighbors and even people who might have more money than you, who just happen to make it in the stock market, flipping houses and helping our country take advantage of a.
They're going to have it very long if they don't put it somewhere.
No, I definitely get that, and that's the irony. But I think when this thing occurs, if you understand the fundamentals, when the changes occur, and they're going to occur, some of it will happen slowly over time. Some of it, of course, will happen quick, whether it's a crash, however you consider a crash in the stock market. If all of a sudden the government suddenly officially changes over to stable coin and you have to decide, are you going to go with the stampede and sell off all of your gold and buy stable coin? Or if they endorse Bitcoin, do you sell off? I mean, heck, that was what Michael Saylor was talking about before the election. He was trying to get Trump when he spoke with Trump, of course, a lot of donation money before the election, but that was on record. He said, this is how we fix the economy, Mr. President. This is Michael Saylor, the genius. He says, we sell off all of America's gold reserves and then buy Bitcoin with it. And then that way, we're the most powerful Bitcoin owners in the world. And we are, and there's our debt problem taken care of. And everyone's going to want Bitcoin at that point. So there we go. We can just sell off the debt because everyone's going to want Bitcoin. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. Now, this is not to say Bitcoin, may not be a future asset. I mean, it's an asset now for many people. But come on. But anyway, to make that decision, let's say that looks like a good decision to you. You have to know enough of the world economics. The world economic moves, and keep tabs on all of this. The mining sector, both for physical metals and the crypto mining. You need to understand what the international markets are doing. What's BRICS doing? I mean, the type of conversations we have, and God knows many of you know that I don't know as much as probably some of you on these topics as far as economics, and that's fair enough. But just the fact that we can even broach these kind of topics and conversations on this show is so beyond pretty much and most people I run into in my life. I don't know of anyone else except this community, which is an honor to do so. But that just means that you're loosened up in the mind so that when these changes occur, we can adapt and make these types of choices that could be quick. I remember when Bitcoin suddenly was 20,000 and started crashing. People were wondering, do you sell at that point? Is Bitcoin done? If you bought Bitcoin, I knew people, they bought Bitcoin at, maybe $100, and all of a sudden it's 20,000 and it's crashing. I mean, that's a lot of money for some people. Do you sell it at that point, or do you bite the bullet and say, I believe in this? I mean, sounds like a no-brainer by today's standard, but you have to make these decisions and make them quick. Without hopefully too much anxiety. And the more you understand the fundamentals, not just economics, but about how censorship works and what's around you, you'll be in a better place. And don't forget, of course, to enjoy the family, friends, and God. And it sounds cliche, but it really is going to be the foundation, anchor point for us going forward. And I think more and more people are going to see that. The so-called revival, or I guess it was a revival at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, was an example of it. All right, last couple things here to tap a few. One is, we're talking about as far as censorship or lack of, Alex Jones. I don't think I said it earlier, but Alex Jones supposedly is back on YouTube, which is the mea culpa of Google. And Mark Dice was celebrating it this morning with a video, and he said the link is in the description. You might want to check it out and subscribe before they take it down. And I clicked on it this morning before we did our show, and it says this page does not exist. So I don't know.
Now, what was this? It was an Alex Jones thing?
Yeah, he's back on YouTube. So because Google got called out for this, see what is happening right now is there's a little more to this thing with Google. You see, they, of course, Google and all these tech people on the left, they've denied the censorship, right? This is all right-wing conspiracy theory. That's what my whole long monologue was about, how the left is in their own bubble, and many of them genuinely do not know or realize what has been going on in their name to their neighbors and friends that make up half this country, or technically I would argue more than half this country. Okay, in their mind, it's all conspiracy theory, and they just wrote it all off because CNN said so. Well, what's happening is that YouTube would change the terms of services. And they'd say, well, if you violate our community guidelines, kind of like what you talked about, and they shut you down. And they don't often explain it. But they were.
No, they didn't shut it down. They just took off that one show.
All right, they took off the show.
We're not threatening everything, just so you know.
Gotcha.
That kind of crap.
Gotcha. The shot across the bow. Well, many of these programs were shut down or episodes taken down. Tim Pool's still complaining about the show he did with Joe Rogan, talking about internet censorship, and they took it down, including also one he had with it was a famous episode. It was like the biggest hit. It was in Tim Pool's van, or the big truck that he had, and it was Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, and it was like the who's who party.
Hold on. Yeah, I pushed the wrong button. I was on the wrong keyboard. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So anyway, so they had that whole show, and that was taken down. without any real reason. Then they went and they re-recorded it, and they threatened to take that down too. And then, of course, if you have too many strikes, they take the whole channel down, which for someone like Tim Pool, he has an entire business that he's running with employees. So it's, he gets caught in the trap, the very trap that I know, have warned influencers to avoid, because you're going to get yourself in that trap, and then they own you. So point taken. But anyway, they started to create for higher visible channels like Tim Pool's. They sometimes would get away with, well, community standards, but they knew that if someone like Tim Pool was being reprimanded without a reason, then it would make it look bad for all of YouTube, and people would start leaving the platform, which is, obviously they're trying to avoid, have their cake and eat it too. They don't want everyone going to Rumble. So they would try to give some reasons. And in order to give the reasons, they would say, all right, well, you violated this guideline or whatever. Now, a lot of them were stretching it and making crap up sometimes, but at least they made it. What is the guideline? And many of them were, had to do with inciting people, or with if what you're saying is associated with any domestic or foreign terrorist or violent aggregator or associations. So many words. So why am I bringing that up? It's because, back then, anyone that was right-wing was considered essentially a racist and a Nazi, right? And if you violated the guidelines about COVID, you were trying to let people die, and you were a threat to the public health. Okay, so now Trumpism. Now the Overton window shifted, a bit or a lot, depending how you look at it. And Trump now, because of these attacks from the left, and the assassination, and die fascist, and it has anti-fascist, quote unquote, Antifa labeled language, and for a few other reasons, Trump finally said, all right, Antifa now is going to be treated as a terrorist group. And as I said last week, technically it'll be considered an international terrorist group because they have chapters outside of America, which then brings in RICO and everything else. Now, of course, Antifa likes to do a similar strategy of libertarians, and I'm not necessarily associate them, but the idea is there's no leader. And for their point of view, the reason they have no leader is they have no one to go after. That's why you don't know about the Antifa leaders. There's definitely a leadership order. It's, people always claim there's no leaders. Trust me, in my opinion, there's always going to be leaders. I don't want to get in that debate with you. But that's where Antifa is. So now that Trump has designated them terrorist group, okay, that's the law of the land now. That means YouTube is not allowed to platform anyone that is in any way linked or promoting anything that's domestic or international terrorism. So if you have a YouTube channel and you're considered alt-left, and they say, well, Tucker Carlson's on YouTube, and he's like dramatic alt-right. I mean, he's like a Nazi. So if Tucker Carlson's allowed to talk, well, then this far-left, blue-haired, furry Antifa guy that's calling for what do you call it, the cement milkshake deal, and all these terrorist activities. Well, that's the same thing as Tucker. It's just on the other side. See, that's how they've rationalized it all this time. But now that they're declared terrorist group, those sites all have to be taken down. And so the question is this going to be Jimmy Kimmel on steroids? Right? Now, I understand the Jimmy Kimmel thing is different because it's the FCC, and you can bring that part in as far as the overreach of government itself. I would agree with that, especially the Rand Paul angle and how most of us would agree. But, it's a private company, even though it's not really a private company. Is it a publisher or a private company? But we'll save that debate for later. But as it is YouTube going to be consistent? And before they said, well, the government says that you're not, that they're promoting the vaccine, and saying anything against the vaccine you're not supposed to do, right? So they just said, well, the government made me do it. It wasn't me. Just blame the government. Heck, that's the tactic they're saying right now with Jim Jordan in that House release, the release to the House over, the mea culpa of Google saying, yeah, we admit, the Biden made me do it.
but it wasn't us. Trust me. Please just leave us alone. Okay, fine. So now Google, YouTube, all that are against the ropes. They're at the beck and call of the conservative movement. It's growing momentum. They're seeing that in the polls. Forgetting my issues with Trump over Epstein and all that, Trump is doing well in the polls. He really is. The swing states, he still dominates going into the midterms. Now, granted, we still have a year away, and the economy's going to go, and all these other problems. Trust me. But as it is now, the wind is at Trump's back, which looks like the Congress will remain conservative. And that means you have a solid 4 years, or at least another 3 years of this administration. So, these media companies have to decide, are they going to, honor the law of the land, because that's what they claimed they were doing before, and for the next 3 years at least, ban anyone and everyone that's even linked to Antifa or these far-left groups as international terrorism. So, after all, they played that same game with Alex Jones. He was inciting people, so they took him off. Well, this is going to be the crossing Rubicon movement or moment for, I think, people on the left. Are they going to deplatform these people? And you saw the reaction with Jimmy Kimmel. One of the main reasons, this is Tim Pool brought this up to give him credit, was the reason that Jimmy Kimmel came back. they believe in that Disney changed their mind on this was not necessarily because for free speech issues. I mean, he was already losing them money, and they probably wanted to get rid of him anyway. And there's a lot behind it. But one of the other reasons, Ernie, you may not know, is that Disney and Paramount are getting ready to do a merger right now. They're doing a merger.
Of course.
And they need that money, and lo and behold, the FCC has to approve the merger. So when so that's a whole nother level people are not talking about. It's Skydance. So it's like, hey, we don't want any problems here with the merger, ching ka-ching. So let's just go ahead and take Kimmel off, because a bunch of these conservative right-wingers are all bitching about it, and take him off. Well, all of a sudden, something else happened in between. What was it? It was a shooting at the ABC affiliate in Sacramento, California, right? There was a shooting. Guy shows up, and he's a left-winger, and is so angry about ABC dropping Jimmy Kimmel, he shoots up the broadcast station. Then he gets arrested by the local police because, they get called in for a shooter. They have no idea what the underlying motive is. They just arrest him. When they find out that he's a lefty and he was exercising his First Amendment and Second Amendment together, they let him go. So then the FBI...
Well, what did he shoot?
What?
What did he shoot? He signed?
He shot up the office, the ABC affiliate station. I guess he went to the office building and shot in the wall.
If that was a conservative, that's attempted murder, destruction of conspiracy, whatever.
Absolutely. But this is in California, Sacramento, and of course, it was mostly peaceful protesting, is probably how they saw it. So,
oh my God.
So they let him go. And it was the FBI that captured him. So the irony is that, yes, they're saying the FBI also taking credit, like they got it, but the subtext is being missed. They got him only because the local authorities dropped the case. They just let him go. So this is so much deeper about this. The left is basically, in so many ways, saying "F you." We don't even recognize your authority, which is what's happening in very subtle, not so subtle ways. So now they arrest this guy. The FBI get this guy who shoots him up. Well, now imagine you're Bob Iger, and imagine you're on the board of directors of Disney, and you're in a rock and a hard place of their doing that we've chatted about on this show for a decade. Thanks, Ernie, always allowed me to talk about entertainment news, and you saw how these worlds are going to be colliding, and they certainly have.
No,
so now here we are.
Wait. Just so the audience knows, the computer screen OBS has froze up, and it's locked on a screen. That's not me. That's the software, but... Yeah, we don't care because we're listening to Phranq anyway. And go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah.
Donna wanted to say something, but go ahead.
All right. So anyway, I'm doing this slowly and piece by piece, so I don't just brush over the importance, in my opinion, of this moment of the media and the government and what do we do? Because So you've got this issue of the censorship, how we were treated before, and Google and all, they claim we're just following what the government tells us and what the law of the land is, like Zuckerberg said. When the government comes to you and says this is what it is, I mean, who am I to question? All right, let's see if it applies the other way. So anyway, so now all of a sudden the Jimmy Kimmel thing happens, the place gets shot up, California just lets them go. The federal government now arrests him. Now imagine if Kamala Harris was president. Do you think the FBI would have followed up and arrested him? Not at all. It would have just been left alone. I mean, that's amazing. People don't know this part yet. So he goes. Anyway, so the guy is this is definitely a threat. How do you think the Disney board? Now this is speculation, but a lot of people are chatting about it on the entertainment sites. You're going through a merger, which you don't want to lose the merger. So you're going to keep Jimmy Kimmel banned because why not? I mean, Kimmel also apparently was refusing to apologize. They wanted him to do a blanket apology, and he was refusing to apologize. So you're going to take a risk. Why would they put him on and anger more? And furthermore, the stations, the syndicated stations, the ABC affiliates in the Midwest, which makes up a half to 2/3 of all of the ABC stations, Sinclair Media, I believe, I think it was Sinclair, or it's a different one, but I think it's Sinclair. They're the ones.
And another one.
It was the other one. They're the ones.
It was both of them.
It was both of them. Well, originally, yes. So they have most of the networks, not New York or California. They don't care. But the middle of America, flyover country, the way they see it, they're the ones that pulled the affiliate. So technically, Jimmy Kimmel was not taken off. ABC did it. It's just that 2/3 of the audience wouldn't be there anymore. Well, now he's back on. Sinclair and the other one, I believe, still are not broadcasting it. So therefore, Jimmy Kimmel is still only in a handful of cities, which is he's making 2/3 less than what he already was, which was close to zero. So there's absolutely no money behind this. No money being brought in. And they might be tanking or creating problems for their merger, and their stock is dropping like a stone. Why in the world would Bob Iger and the board, after just 4 days, the body's still cold, so to speak, or in this case, burn up in an incinerator because they can't do an autopsy, but, skip from that, why would they then put him back on so soon and just stir this thing up? Well, it happened the day after the shooting at the ABC studio. And I think, and this is what some people are wondering, is this basically, it's a taken country in that it's out of a threat. They're more afraid of their own kind putting bullets in your neck and shooting you down at stations and what have you, including, we just heard about the trial that just supposedly wrapped about the second assassin with Donald Trump. I mean, it's like every day you're hearing about another left-wing assassin in some way, ticked off, blue hair, fairy, whatever.
All right, no, I get it. This is my point.
So I just wonder about. So anyway, so now you have that setup.
Donna wants to say something. Hurry up.
We have that setup of fear, and so now the question is, what will happen with Alex Jones? And now that Alex Jones is back, and others, they're wondering, is this the capitulation of the left, saying that at least for the next 3 years, we're going to allow everyone to have free speech, which includes Alex Jones. Are they going to hold to that or not? That's what to watch. Go ahead.
This is the thing, leading up to what Donna wanted to. Well, she gave me a handwritten note, and she, wants to say.
Hi, Donna.
Put on headphones or something. Look, this is what has been going on. I am of the opinion that all of this stuff that happens is just, machine kind of what gets emphasized and reported and whatever, and an excuse. The overall goal is whatever they're going to do, because that's what they're going to do. There is a very simple, they got a plan, this is what's going to happen, that's the way it goes, get over it. And whatever they need to happen in the news, a shooting, a traffic jam, a stub toe, a hangnail, whatever it takes, a bombing somewhere. Donna, you need to plug it into that one up there. The whatever's going on is just an excuse for them to do whatever it is that they want to do. So that is, how I see it. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the one thing that I don't see the overall mission changing. It never does. There's just, well, they need this. Well, we got to have something happen. Somebody's got to get a flat tire. Somebody's got to go off a cliff. Somebody's got to die. Some country's got to get invaded. Some aliens got to land. Some volcanoes got to go. Whatever the hell it is they need to do what they're already going to do anyway. So all this little stuff is either, circumstance that was created or serendipity or coincidence or what. It doesn't change the overall plan. We're going where we're going. It's, are you going to be ready to do it? We were sent something I put up because Stu Peters is popular and seems pretty reasonable and everything. If he has an opinion about something, I'll put it up, whether it's right or wrong. I don't really care. Donna, did you watch it, the whole thing?
I did. It's
How
only
long
about
is it?
It's only about a little over 3 minutes.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, it's not really a documentary. It's just a different angle, and then he sort of ties everything together. Now, of all the explanations that I've heard, I would have to say that this is the most plausible. It's on his Twitter channel, and it says, "Here's Charlie Kirk's real assassin," with a hashtag says, "Hey, at FBI Director Cash." And I think the people are going to probably figure this out before the authorities do. And to be honest, the more that this goes on, the more that I think they're all in on it. And by that, I mean Trump and Cash and Bondi. And I mean, and honestly, I'm not really going to name any more than that. But it's just like a big
this
thing.
Bondi thing's got me worried. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And
So
whatever
anyway,
Patel's
when you
doing.
click on the Twitter link, when I first looked at it just probably about an hour ago, I still call it Twitter, sorry. You could just click on it and watch it, and it actually has to do with the lapel mic that's on there. When you slow it down, and then he you got a close up of it, and when you really slow it down, you can see some of the, I don't know, not the smoke, whatever the discharge is on it, and that's where his shirt got ruffled, and you could see the trajectory of it kind of go up where the hole is in his neck. That ties into the brown shirt guy who was the trigger guy for the mic. And then he ties it together even more, saying, okay, what they do afterwards, and they have close-ups of that too, as they're handing this off and that off, and how they sort of try to cover that up right there. So
the trigger that he had, the remote, he gives to another guy that goes off, then he rushes to blah, blah, blah.
This is a possibility, but of all of the things that I've heard and different opinions, and some of it opinion, and the ballistics expert, and, it's exhaustive and it's tiring to listen to. But when I saw this, I'm like, well, if I was going to believe anything, that's what I believe. Now,
that was another thing, was that they go, nah, it was not a 30-06.
Yeah, I keep hearing that too. Well, this
That would have.
now when I don't know if I said this earlier, but when you click on the video, now it goes to, well, you got to open it in the app. Then it's an age-restricted thing. Then it's probably going to disappear from YouTube. So if you guys have a chance to save it, I'd save it. But so anyway, that's just my 2 cents on it. I thought it was very telling, and whether you believe Stu Peters or not, or you believe any of the other garbage, I honestly don't believe anything anymore, because it's all.
Well, that was kind of one of their goals, is that you don't believe anything.
Yes.
And the, my thing is YouTube. I just know, they had a change of heart. They're not a tool of the state anymore. They're not a tool of they, them, though. They decided to be good guys. They're really for free. Bullshit.
Okay, well, I have something to add to that before I go. There's another interview that this one lady did. I guess she has a YouTube channel. I don't know her name, but it's ITM Trading, and they just do financial stuff. And she had Ed Dowd on there, and this came out yesterday, and I was listening to it. I think.
Do I know who Ed Dowd is? Who's he?
Yeah, he's the BlackRock ex-CEO. You'd know the picture of him. It says Charlie Kirk assassination fuels elite's reset plan for Great Depression 2.0. And what he's saying is this was just another way to divide the country, warns Ed Dowd, Wall Street veteran and best-selling author of Causes Unknown, referring to the assassination of Kirk. Dowd explains how the event signals deeper fractures in the U.S. economy, and it kind of goes on from there. And he goes, this was this was not just a random act. This was planned. They got to cover up all the garbage that they've done with all of the, the money playing stuff that they've done. And this is just another, distraction to get the people fighting against themselves instead of them. And when the people, if they actually knew, this is like the, the greater reset for the people. And do I think Charlie Kirk was innocent of it? Yeah, I think he was just a tool. And now, the further we go down this rabbit hole, and he was every bit what he said he was, and they just used him. So
one of the things I saw an interview with Erica Kirk, and she was, where'd you come from? From what this is, back before, I don't even know if she was even married to Charlie by then. Is that they moved from somewhere else and came to Arizona. That's always Arizona. Guys around the world listening, let me tell you, Arizona, okay? It's always Arizona for a whole bunch of reasons. But she comes to Arizona with her mother, and she talks about her mother. I'm not even sure, the father doesn't even get mentioned often. I'm sure there's a father in there somewhere. But she came to work for the government. Well, there's CIA ties of them being around. I'm like, whoa, really? How much further do I need to go? How much, down the rabbit hole of, it gets to the point to where there is a rarefied, overlapping, and this is what George Carlin used to say. They'd make fun of him. They'd be on Bill Maher or something. They go, George, you conspiracy nut. There's a conspiracy. He goes, it's not a conspiracy. They have overlapping interest. They go to the same country club. They graduated the same college. They know the same people. They go to the same parties. They buy their yachts from the same, manufacturer. They're just overlapping interest of they, them, those. They know what to say, do, opinion to have, not. I got family members I know like this are exposed to this kind of stuff. So I'm just going, it's not a conspiracy. It's in their, what they perceive to be their best interest. And then they'll rationalize how it's in the best interest of the planet because America, or whatever the hell is going on. To clear your mind, which is what I've been trying to do for my audience, myself, whatever, to clear the decks. Don't want to be waiting to say what you're wanting to say and you're not even listening. Don't be, there to express your opinion because you formulated something, whatever, and you're not listening. Don't be, waiting for something to fill in the blank holes of your jigsaw puzzle that you put up in your mind. Just kind of, understand some basic fundamental principles by which you guide your life. The truth. What is the truth? It's not lies. And you are immersed in lies. Take and build your life on truth. Accurate information on it, not how it fits into your puzzle or some puzzle picture that they gave to you to fill in the blanks and color between the lines kind of crap, color by number. Just create your own circumstance for what? To maximize your humanity, to be self-sufficient, to keep breathing in and out, to raise self-sufficient family members, to do have a positive influence on your community. These things are they always take that inclination of human beings and tell you through fear, no fear, no fear, no fear, through fear that it is in your personal and community self-interest to have this opinion about that. And if you don't, you are in trouble. You will not be able to thrive. You will be whatever. It's programming. It's brainwashing. It's using fear, all of this fear that's going on now. Right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I didn't feel really any fear. Not personally, not in the community, it was not even really hatred, a little sadness. It was resolve. It was like, all right, it's on. What's on? I don't know, but it's on. To do what? I don't know, but we're doing it. It was one of those switch flips that was just making it clear that it was time. For what? I don't know. But they, them, those know it is too. And here it comes. If you are being directed to say or think this about that without having the real truth, the information, you're going to go down the wrong path. You're not going to choose wisely. And the one truth should be that you take care of you, your family, your community, where you are geographically, right there in your space. If everybody did that, we'd be fine. But we're always asked to delegate authority to someone else to do it for you. They're just jockeying to be the ones to tell you what to do. Stop.
Uncontrollable passion.
Phranq.
Hey there. Hey, look, I wanted to ask you, going back to one of the first questions I had for you. Hopefully this is probably a quick one, but what do you think I'm afraid to ask you.
I think
the strategy for the Trump administration, or not just Trump, but the new influencer sphere, the MAGA movement, the kind of the zeitgeist of the right or conservatives, of how to handle the FCC, the Jimmy Kimmel issue, and some of these assassinations. It's kind of like the age-old question that people wrestle with, including you and I, which is, you don't want to turn into your enemy. You don't want to do what they do. You wrestle with a pig, you're going to get down in the mud with them. And if you give up your principles, you become everything, and it defeats the purpose of the fight. I get all that. At the same time, it's like if you keep getting hit and hit and hit, I mean, you're inviting more bad behavior. I mean, that's kind of what abusers do. If you don't push back or stand up for yourself, then they will just take more. They realize, and how many movies do you see this where suddenly the person is getting beat up and they eat their spinach and all of a sudden they stand up to the bully and the bully backs down. And often bullies are cowards. And it doesn't take much often. It takes less than you think for bully to back down. The bully just seems more empowered and more strong the more that you tend to tolerate it.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Right. And so here you have, I mean, just look at this dichotomy, this contrast. I mean, we have you have all these years of censorship and problems and attacks to the shooting in Nevada. I mean, that's never been resolved, and all of this that the left completely forgets. And we talked about my monologue earlier, how they literally don't see it because they've been in their bubble, so they don't even know this is occurring, which is probably a significant part of this. And now, now we have the shootings that either they don't know are being committed, or by trans people or people on the left with leftist ideology. If they do hear that that's the case, they turn into their version of Alex Jones, and they have conspiracy theories that it's all made up, and the bullets that had catch this fascist was planted. And heck, now you got people on our side saying the same thing, right? But I mean, so now the people on the left either haven't heard it, or they don't believe it, or even if they do hear it and they do believe it, they rationalize it, which is where I think you've been hearing the same numbers. 60 to 70% of Democrats don't have a problem with a political assassination. It's sort of like, well, they may have had it coming. Like they don't just reflexively find it abhorrent. And whereas conservatives still do, the majority. So that separation, that decoupling of the culture is extremely worrisome. But you have these people on the left, and they're going more and more that direction. And now in the last 3 weeks, as I said, we've had 3 political assassinations over politics. And yet we have in our side, Charlie Kirk, the reason he's such a bad guy is he didn't take fentanyl, and he wasn't robbing people with bounce checks, and he wasn't some thug. If he was, then maybe there would have been, months of protests, and we would have taken it more seriously, like George Floyd, because clearly those are the people that are worth getting all angry about. So they have George Floyd, and they decide to call him a hero and riot, and then justify the rioting, whereas with Charlie Kirk, not one riot, not one, counterbalanced shooting, and instead you have this peaceful meeting here in Glendale, and the wife gets up and says to the world, "I forgive you." Now, that is a beautiful moment, and if you're a Christian, Catholic, Mormon, I'll just say it's the epitome of what you strive for, and there's so much beauty to be seen in that, and faith, and we can go all day on that, and I mean that with respect, a lot of respect for that. Forgetting that whole thing was a Mossad deal.
But you contrast that with the other side. That's like, we want you dead, and they're still shooting at you. And so if you sit back and they keep shooting at you and you just say, well, we're not going to riot and we're just going to forgive you, to people who hear that and they, in their mind, she's a Nazi. The wife, Erica, is a Nazi. She's, these people are your enemy. They want you dead. I mean, they talk about it. God, I sound hyperbolic, but we're hearing that. We're seeing it. So that's a large setup. I'm trying to overwhelm you to make sure that you respond and don't just say, I just don't care.
What's your question?
My question is, with that context in mind, what do you think either the administration, how far should the administration push against or push back against the left, and also the the community culture pushing back? Should conservatives be more libertarian on this and say, well, they can keep hitting us, but we're not going to ban them. We're not going to activate or force YouTube to ban their channels because that would be wrong. Or do we turn around and do to them what they've done to us because it has been decreed a terrorist group? As an example, should the FCC actually investigate this thing with Kimmel? Not because I'm in favor of government overreach, but in theory, the FCC's job is to, look out for the good of the public. And when it comes to I know, yeah, it's hard to say with a straight face, but in theory, the news cannot be lying to you, and I can't believe I just said that at the same time. But in theory,
wow.
if at least whatever the official narrative is, they're supposed to go along with it. But yet, if you're a comedian, this is how they're getting around it: is that these late night comedy shows were meant to be like Johnny Carson, talk about the movies and Burt Reynolds and what have you. You never brought up politics. Now it's nothing but a cloak and dagger. Or it's not even cloak and dagger. It's an overt political monologue. And so the question is, if someone gives a political view, and most people on the left get their news from these these so-called comedy shows, or bears, where most liberals get their news, it seems. So if you get up there and you say, well, I believe, and you're talking serious, and you're saying, I believe that Ernest Hancock is a murderer and he's killed five people, and here are their names, and here's where I think the bodies are, and you can investigate. Here's his email, and you can check this and check that, and here's his text messages and all of this kind of stuff about Ernest Hancock. And you're punk, April Fools, and then you just move on to something else. I mean, to say lies and then just say April Fools at the end and pretend that it was a joke, that's really what this has come down to. So it's kind of a loophole of propagating lies. Now you could say, well, it's a free market. They can.
There's a question in there somewhere.
ABC and Disney is a private company, but unlike other private companies, this is one of the few that is regulated by the government, as much as libertarians don't like it. So as a regulated system, and we've been regulated against by them, should Trump and the FCC, push back, if not in Kimmel, then in other circumstances, if, lies become lies, and especially in this divisive culture, or you're just making it worse? Anyway, so what's your take? How should conservatives react to this? Should we just keep taking the high ground, or at what point should we push back and get into the mud? Go ahead.
Do your job. The best way to handle this, I think, is RFK Jr. has done a good job. He's like, I'm just giving you the information. You want to go get vaccinated? You want to chug Tylenol? You want to, peace, man, be upon thee. I don't give a crap. But what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to make recommendations. We're supposed to certify safe and effective. We're supposed to do our job. Well, this is what the hearings, we just had stuff up yesterday. It might be on the front page again today. I think it's probably rolled off as yesterday. And that's one thing that people can do. You look at the screen now. I got control back over it. You go up into An Archives here on the orange bar at the top of Freedom's Phoenix above the headlines there. You go to An Archives, and you can scroll down newsletter list. Now, these are all the newsletters. This is everything that's on the front page. Whoops, clicked the wrong thing. You go to newsletters, and it has all the newsletters here. So if I looked at the two yesterday, I probably look at that one there, and it has, and you get all this information, and you can go by category, like Trump administration, and it goes in all the stuff on Trump administration, and you get a gazillion other categories. Now, what happens is RFK Jr. came out, and what did he do? He came out and he said, this about that. This is our job, is to recommend and say and do, and I'm firing this person and that person and that person because they're just chills for the pharmaceutical industry, and they're not doing their job. They're not checking this. They're not, doing any kind of studies. They're cherry picking studies to do what they want, for their massa, pharma. And then they had this one CDC head of something, recommendation, whatever. She gets up there, and Rand Paul slapping her around. What is your recommendation of why you think a infant on day one should be getting hepatitis B vaccine when their mother has no hepatitis and they're not planning on having sexual encounters with immigrants or something? I mean, what is your scientific rationale for requiring at birth hepatitis B vaccinations? Explain it. Well, I want to go. No. Answer the freaking question. What is it that's motivating you to make that recommendation? Why? Well, if we were, in the retrospect of looking at and the input of the, no. What is the study? So that is me thinking they're doing their job. What is your job? To evaluate, peer-reviewed study of placebo standard, blah, 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 and give a recommendation. That's why that group was created, to do the research for us, to make sure that we don't have a gazillion dead bodies before we find out about whatever. I've gone through this before. I remember in the late 70s, early 80s, it was a bird flu thing, and it came out with the vaccine and started killing people, and 60 Minutes does a big thing, and they, after they found out, they didn't try to, I don't know how much they tried to hide it, but it came out and they stopped it. Well, now they're like, damn it, this vaccine thing, this is where they got the no liability thing in the late 80s. They go, yeah, we're not going to do vaccines if we have to be responsible for people we kill. Okay, then don't do it. Yeah, but we want to do it, and we got enough politicians to make us do it. Reagan signs it, and later he goes, that was a mistake. I'm hoping they overturned this. We shouldn't have done that. And then it goes, and it's, 40, 50 years later, kind of crap. So I'm just wanting them to do their job. That's why I keep saying it. Do your job. What's your job? Protect the rights of individuals. You want to snort Clorox because you think it cures glaucoma or something? Be my guest. I don't care. But I don't need the government saying you have to or you can't or, this is the study of, Clorox came out with it works on whatever the hell. Because I remember them going on about, it was a chlorine-based something for COVID of whatever, and they freaked. Trump wants to snort, Clorox, and I'm going, yeah, does it work? Well, yeah, but, it's okay. So this is, what do I ask of any government that wants to rationalize that they got my best interest at heart, that I'm delegating some authority to them? All right. What was the agreed upon law that we kind of supported and haven't shot you over? And do your job. What's that job? Protect individual. Okay, well then do that. Do they do that? No. So when you get to the chemical thing, you get to the vaccine thing, you get to the food thing, you get the colored dye of, red dye number 500 or something, you do it. All this stuff is not doing their job as defined for them. They are rationalizing controls. They're rationalizing making money for the people that are paying them. They're rationalizing why we got to go to thermonuclear war with Russia. They're rationalizing. They're not doing their job. So I just want them to do their freaking job. So what do I think it should do? I remember, when they were really weaponizing government against, and Phranq was like, oh, man, we got to get some. They did, we got to be more aggressive than going. I go, that's not doing your job. That, that benefits us in some way. How am I going to, and what makes you think now that Trump's in charge now and they start doing this, they're not going to turn right around and them start doing it. What happens is that they always do what the people want to get the power to do it. The power to take you off the street. The power to arrest you for a post. The power to put you in a insane asylum because you wrote a Facebook post and you happen to be an Iraq vet of you know how to use a weapon. The power of you got to go in the FEMA camp or the quarantine of the whatever because the Department of something said something about something. The power of forcing your children to take trans class of passing the grade of getting the whatever the hell. The power, the power, the power. They're increasing their powers. All of this is to get more power. The power to go after our enemies. The power to give what for because they did it to us. We're in power now. That is the problem. And nobody addresses that. Hell, not even, libertarians or Mises generally are coming out, screaming. The only thing I can see really is like, Ron Paul. Ron Paul's Weekly, Ron Paul Report, Ron Paul's Liberty Report program. They're like asking and answering these very questions. What is the proper role of government if you're going to have one? Protection of individual rights to be stupid. I wished you down a whole bottle of Tylenol while I'm 7 months pregnant because that's what I want to do. All right, peace be upon thee, man. But I ain't paying for your crap. I'm not going to pay for your funeral. I'm not going to send money to your Give, Send, Go. I'm not going to, do what you want to do. Now, if you survive and the baby dies, then you got stuff like, well, is there constitutional rights protections of unborn? Well, that's a whole other issue. But you have to be principled. When you're principled on these things, all these questions are easy to answer because the answer is clear.
Well, Ernie, look, first, let me be clear. I'm not trying to sound simplistic and say, well, come on, let's go get some. Don't spin it that way. That's not how I see it.
How you want to spin it?
No. Well, I mean, it's a legitimate question. It's a fair question. I don't have an easy answer for it. I'm not promoting one. I have ferocious ambiguity over it because as much as I agree with what you say, and from your point, I feel very similar. At the same time, I just know from human nature, it's just, and even you've said in a different context, is that you get what you promote, what you encourage is what you get back. I forget how you always word that, but it's true. I mean, Dr.
What you support and subsidize, you get more of. What you punish, you get less of.
Exactly, you'll get more of. And they say that about child rearing. If a mother is trying to be really nice to the kid and buying the kid every time you go to the store and they see a balloon and they cry and you get it for them, the next time they're going to cry again. If you say no, they're going to cry louder, and then you'll finally beckle in. And then eventually you've lost control of the situation of killing them with kindness. And you'll lose the discipline of your child by doing what you think is compassion. And so I'm just pointing that out, that when they're taking shots at you and it's ramping up every day, and our side saying we'll just pray for you and we're not going to not push back, and God forbid when a syndicated setup of affiliates pulls Jimmy Kimmel's failing show and they flip out, and because of death threats is what it's hinted at. Disney says, you know what? We'll just give this problem to the Trump administration. They want it, they can have it. We're not going to take a bullet for doing what's proper or correct. We're just going to put them back and let you guys figure it out. And that's pretty much what Disney did. And this is not just about Disney now. This is a national discourse. So what does the administration do? Do they just sit back and say, well, we'll just let them keep doing it and let them say what they want to say? And yes, from a libertarian standpoint, I get it. From a principled standpoint, yeah. So they can censor us and throttle everything back and have our neighbors and friends, as it is today, honestly believe that, that Charlie Kirk was shot by a Trump person. You might say, well, maybe it just doesn't matter. But it does matter. It does matter as we're entering this reset. And we're, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter for you because you're doing what your principles have said. Occupy the land. And I'm shocked Ernie hasn't said that yet. You see, I'm not worried, Frank. Me and Bob, we're just fine. And,
Point taken.
Saturday night.
There you go. I said it for you, and you didn't have to say it. But it is an important discussion to have. What is the proper response without encouraging more of the behavior, especially when the behavior you're allowing is allowing them to become even more weaponized because they're not even hearing another side. If they're going to ban us and we don't ban them, which I'm not for banning people. I don't want to be clear. I'm not. Let me get some. I don't know a proper solution except to stick to what the law is, but enforce it. Don't overreach. Just stick to it, to the letter of the law, so at least you're not accused of being draconian. Although we live in a world today where if the FCC did that to a conservative, they'd say we're following the law. You're lying. I mean, just think about it. If someone shot Dr. King. And, the person who did shoot Dr. King was a white guy, right? I mean, for political, racial reasons. And what if all of a sudden it happened today? And Fox News guy comes out and says, guess what? Dr. King.
Keep in mind, I lived through that time. It was the same kind of rhetoric. It was the same buildup. It was the same, you're going to get some weak-minded, some hero complex, some shooting Hitler, some guy is going to do whatever and take out, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, some other civil rights guys, shooting Wallace, Governor of Alabama, you're gonna. Well, it's the same stuff now. And was it, how programmed were they? How much? It's just, I keep going about the experiment. It's a baking recipe. You add, this much flour and this much baking soda and this one, you heat it, and boom, you get a muffin. I mean, it's just so obvious. Anybody that's lived through history, they encourage, foster, and then if they actually do it, it's all of this immersion that everybody, we expected that. Well, of course that happened. It's not a big surprise. What'd you expect? And the crazy guy, Oswald, whatever, did it because, whatever. And then it's just, I'm tired of that. It's just so obvious, and it comes about because they can. I wanted to, let you finish your thought, but I wanted to go. I wanted to go over. I want you to finish your thought.
I will.
But I need to do the headlines to go through these. Go.
No, I'm done my thought. I just needed to get across one sentence, which is, why don't you wind it down, at least for me, in about 5 minutes. I need to go for talk about financial reasons about investing, so I have to get going. So you go ahead and finish up on your end. If you want to stay on the show and do the headlines, that's fine. But I just want to throw it back to you. Go. I have to go in about 5.
And so the answer to your question was do your job. I mean, is that good enough?
Well,
whatever the agreed to thing, that we don't have to, go outside of the job. We don't got to get extra job and give that power to they, them, those when they get back in charge. Because I say it's the same people in charge of the whole damn thing. Even the White House has hired back a bunch of the people that they fired. They hired him back. Yeah, we need him back. We need, it's all good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
real quick.
I guess you know what, Ernie, this is going to be a discussion we're going to keep running into probably every week as the left ramps up. And I think each person in the audience, and I'm not picking a side, but I think most
there aren't sides.
Most people would agree with you, but as it gets bloodier and more violent, I just don't know what each individual's breaking point is. Look at was Trump made the distinction himself at the memorial. She gets up there and says, I forgive you. And Trump gets up there and says, good for you. And Charlie, I'm sorry, I'm not as good as you. I hate my enemies, right? So right there's the distinction sitting under that roof. Hey, look, before you go to the headlines, I just want to sneak one thing out. I mentioned earlier, I just want to point this out about the memorial. Just one experience, just wanted to get this out. So I wanted to apologize in general to the universe of many people who attended who got screwed over. When I was younger, I actually went to see Bill Clinton. Don't shoot me, but it was during the right before the Monica Lewinsky kind of thing took off. It was the Whitewater and all the scandals and all. But anyway, he was coming to Kutztown University, which is the old college in Pennsylvania. And my brother told me about it. He went there, and his friends were going.
And he asked me if I wanted to go. And I said, I wouldn't mind going. I've never seen a president, in person. And I had heard all these stories about, the security. I was more interested in just how it works, what's like when you see a president. I heard from a relative who worked for the public transportation how they would solder down the manhole covers in every street, where the parade would go or his limo would go, and then they would have to, after he left, unweld all of these manholes, and just how much work it took for the city every time they came in. So anyway, I was always interested. So I said, what time are you guys going? And they wanted to really make sure they got the good seats. So we arrived, and this is in Pennsylvania in like November. It was friggin' cold, right? At 2 in the morning, 2 or 2:30 in the morning. And we were so early, there were still like 50 or 100 people ahead of us. And people are there with chairs and blankets, and they put us all the way out in the field as a staging area, and it was of course dew on the grass, and it turned to ice. And if you guys know what it's like in the cold environments, if you're just standing there in freezing wet clothes and socks, and you're just, of course, we making do with it, but it was miserable. It was one of the coldest I've been, sitting through it. And as the morning kept going, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, the sun starts to come. More and more people are showing up. Then it hits, the place is going to open at 8 o'clock to start, the gates open. And it's around 6:30, 7 o'clock. And these buses show up. And all these people just get off the bus and just beyond jump in line, they get escorted right in. And I remember thinking, who the hell are these people? They just showed up and they're going in. And I was told they were donors. They were members of the DNC. All right, I get it, politics, and all these people are getting in. Meanwhile, the line is getting longer and longer, and thousands of people are showing up. And then all of a sudden, it was like 8 o'clock when the doors opened, and the stupid organizers turned around and said, okay, we're starting. And they picked the line at the end of the line. So the people that just showed up, they were now at the beginning of the line, and they started letting them in. And we didn't understand what was happening because we were all the way in the back, even though we were the front of the line. And, I never thought I would be so, to this day, my wife has heard the story like 20 times. It's one of the angriest I've ever been in my life of an injustice. And there's been a lot of them. But that one, I never thought I'd be so angry that I didn't get to see Bill Clinton, which actually I did. My brother and I were walking in the line, and we finally we were literally, and I mean literally, the last people in. It was, in fact, my brother and I, only one of us could get in. They cut it off at he and I. And I decided to go in. My brother said he'd stick back because he wanted to hang out with all the news people because he's like a film guy. So anyway, I got in. I was stuck in the back, literally with the door at my back, for getting there at 2:30 in the morning. I just wanted to share a story. I've never mentioned it to you guys before. It probably didn't matter. But what happened at Charlie Kirk, the exact same thing happened. We were going, and I won't draw this one out too much longer, but we were told the gates opened at 8 o'clock, and then, of course, everyone went to bed early. We were based, to get there a couple hours early, and then we wake up, and during the night, Turning Point sent out an email that changed all the times. All of a sudden, it was like 2 hours earlier, and they were letting the gates open like 2 hours earlier, and the parking lot open earlier, which changes a lot, because if the parking lot's open, then then literally people can get there, not just the people who are going to be camping out. So anyway, it was a real problem trying to get there and make sure that we got there early enough, because they pulled the rug out from under us and everybody else. So it was like a cacophony of problems when we arrived. Now, the whole thing went pretty effortless and without any problems, except we show up from the back area.
Well, you Ubered.
Yeah, we Ubered, and then I just figured the Uber is going to be hitting tons of traffic because all the main streets were shut down by the Secret Service. So we went through a lot of, I guess the locals knew, is there's a little neighborhood that's kind of off grid there, and you go through the neighborhood, and that's where everyone was parking their cars. But then eventually it got stuck, so we said goodbye to the Uber, we jumped out, and we walked with everybody, and you just follow the crowd. And we're just walking, and clearly they were not planning for this, because there was this holdup in this field that went right into the parking lot of the State Farm Arena. And I'm like, what's going on? There was a chain link fence, well, not a fence, but like a chain that was going across as a barricade. And you had to be able to get yourself over this barrier and the chain. And it was dangerous because there was a bunch of old ladies that were walking, just following the crowd. And you're walking all the way out into this field, and suddenly you're hit with this chain right at your hips. And all of these people are coming behind you. And these old ladies could have been crushed. And I, for what it's worth, did my little due diligence and helped a couple old ladies literally across the chain. I couldn't help it as a doctor. I just knew that their hips would go, they fell down, and all these people crushing them. So anyway, we go through. So it wasn't as organized, but they only had a week to do it. We get there, and there's this huge amount of people all the way out into the parking lot, away from the State Farm. And the line, there was thousands of people, and we couldn't tell where the end of the line was. We literally couldn't. And the whole gaggle of people walking with me, no one could find the end of the line. And we started asking, like, a security guy, like, where's the end? And people are all yelling and raising their voice, trying to figure things out. And he says, the end of the line is all the way out there. But if you want bathrooms, then they had porta potties that were to the left. Well, I'm still confused because it's not looking like a line. And all of these people were entering a line by the porta potties. So, and that looked closer to where it was, and it looked like a real line. So we went into that line, as everybody else did, coming from all the different fields as they're funneling to this area. There were no directions, there was no signs, there were nobody official saying, with a bunch of arrows pointing, guys go here, nothing. So anyway, we're there, and eventually we start finding out there's people enraged and almost fights and screaming because they did that Bill Clinton thing happen. The people who showed up at 2, 3 in the morning for Charlie Kirk were all the way out at the end of the parking lot where they lined them up. But the line, as that line was progressing, it was supposed to go past the porta potties to get into the funnel of the gate. So the Secret Service are on either side of you, by the way. It was like running the gauntlet of the chain link fence, like major chain link fence here, with all these guys with Uzis on either side. I'm being a little melodramatic. And so what we all started piecing together is a lack of structure here, is they put the porta potties right where the line to get in was. So when people were lining up to use the porta potties, they were going in, and they were intersecting the actual line. So when people were coming in and out, there became confusion. You get it? So then eventually the gaggle just overwhelmed everybody. And so anyway, I'm just telling the story. It's kind of pointless for most of you listening, but it felt, I didn't mean to cut in, but it was interesting in retrospect.
I have
like
one
karma.
question.
It was like karma, where God gave me the thank you or the apology that we're able to get in, when probably we would not have gotten in if we actually went to the real end of the line. If we knew better, we probably would not have gotten in. So it was a serendipity. Go ahead.
Phaedra. She's what, 6, 7?
8. She's 8.
8 years old. Phaedra, 8 years old, for freaking 12 hours of whatever. How'd she hold up? How'd that happen?
Well, we don't allow her to play video games unless it's supervised by me. I'm very, because I play some games. So if there's once in a while, and there's like a couple of games we've approved of, and it's very, very rare. Like, we don't have iPads and all that crap. Point is, yeah, it's called bribery, and that even if she didn't want to go, she was promised 2 hours of her favorite video game time. So that is the quick answer. But no, she was fantastic. I was surprised there were many other children there. I thought she'd be the only one. When we went to see Trump last year, right before he got shot, shot at. We went there, and I only saw about 3 other young children when we saw Trump at the Dream City Church. But at this event, many people had kids. I was pleasantly surprised to see it. But no, thanks for asking. No, she handled it very well. She's, I won't go further much, but we do get a lot of compliments from modern parents who tend to be younger, who are surprised that she can, watch an old movie. She can watch Snow White, and not get bored. I think if you keep kids away from the quick editing and movies, and not to get into the whole conversation, but to ground them and slow them down with content from the old days. In many ways, their patience level is more like when we grew up, and she handled it fine. She also she did like some of the speakers. She liked some of the activity, some of the fireworks. She, seeing Donald Trump and a few of them. Some of the songs. She really was involved a little bit more than I thought. She didn't just check out the whole time. And 3 people sitting around us gave us compliments that she was so behaved. So thanks for asking.
Yeah, no, I knew she'd do well. She wasn't screaming or anything, but
Yeah.
how much she dug it.
But it was a great experience, and she was old enough that she'd remember it. I have some old memories of times like that.
How many pictures did you take?
Not many, to be honest. I sent you most of the ones I took. I didn't take that many, honestly.
Yeah, I know we were sitting there and, getting some Phranq. That was one thing, the only text I had back and forth, they were doing an altar call. If you're feeling it, are you feeling it? And I'm going, Frank's feeling it. I just know he's going to be Christian by the end of the week, so that's just the way it is. But
what's interesting is, I think I said this earlier, my feeling was that half of the audience were Christians who go to church regularly. They seem to know the songs. In fact, I asked the lady behind me, the name of the band that was playing, and she knew exactly. She said, it's this band. Showed me on her phone, and yet the other half seemed like they didn't seem out of place, but you can tell that they maybe weren't expecting that, and it wasn't their thing. Like they weren't really synced with the Christian side of it, but they were there for Charlie and the movement and what it represented. And so, I guess Charlie got his win of like they said, when his dream was to marry a Trump rally with a revival, with going to church and a Trump rally for the mainstream and bring it together. And that's really what I saw there.
No, we're a Christian nation according to the Trump administration now. That's for sure. I was like, wow. One of the things that Charlie always talked about was how much you had a profession of faith in the constitutions of the original states. I think of 12 to 13 or something like that was, you're a Christian Bible believing before you could even get involved in government. And it was, basically really a theocracy. I mean, it was all of the conditions, the type of government that we have, the protection of property rights, free will, jury your peers, a lot of this is all biblical. And it was based on Judeo-Christian, which means Bible. And that was an interesting, not anything of what we've been taught. And one of the stories I'll go up on here talks about that. Oklahoma State has put in all of their high schools a Turning Point chapter. And I go, whoa, wait a minute. I mean, that's kind of cool, but is that government appointed thing? Did they, some teacher faculty's got to be the sponsor of? I mean, kind of like, see, the pendulum's swinging, man. And I'm not feeling that it's in a good direction. It's more central control.
It's kind of like Turning Point and Bitcoin both. They're independent movements.
Exactly.
And they start to feel like they're getting co-opted. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And the thing with Israel being, kind of hip locked legs, arms and legs wrapped around Turning Point youth of the future of we're going to get a bunch of money for Israel, and then Trump gives them another $6 billion, a bunch of helicopters and crap. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then there was a deal that was supposed to be good news. They go to Europe and going, all right, you want to buy stuff from us and give it to Israel, be my guest. Mm-hmm. But, don't be conning us into giving it to them. You want to do it? Fine. You buy it, and then you give it to them.
Same with Ukraine. Yeah, that's what he's telling NATO. Same thing.
Well, they just reneged on that. They're like, well, we can't afford to so Europe's not buying that stuff anymore. So I'm just going, they go for the headlines, and then they, do what they're really going to do. And this is not going to go well. This is not, Trump the movie is going to have, part 3 is going to be the decline.
I sense it.
I'm not feeling good about it. And then the FBI and so on. We haven't heard hardly anything from Dan Bongino. or Don Bongino, whichever one it is.
Yeah.
But Bongino, we haven't heard, nothing. He's kind of he's sitting on his laurels, man. He just
and Pam Bondi, did you hear that tweet that Trump put out? Just whether it seems like it was intentional. It's his way of shooting across the bow. Says,
Donald J. Trump Truth Social thing.
She's all talk and no action, is what he says about his head of Department of Justice. So she's going to go. Now, whether she goes for someone who's competent or she's just the fall guy, she took all the arrows about Epstein and all these scandals, and so he kicks her out. And now, I got somebody new, and of course the business goes as usual. But now we have enough more distractions. I mean, Kirk and these other shootings, and it's just going to keep getting worse.
In his first administration, he went through at least two or three attorney generals.
Right, and what again? I got to point out at the end of the show, what is it we're still not talking about? Epstein. I mean, the Congress and Senate, voted against the release of these files. And, that was the only time I was agreeing with Democrats trying to put that on the floor, and they shot it down. And then the assassination just so happened to occur, and it's out of the zeitgeist again. So you get rid of the Pam Bondi, put some nobody in there. He's not looking for headlines, and lays low like they typically do, which allows them to snow the people, even easier. And then we move on from tragedy to tragedy with that behind him. So So for what it's worth, I've talked to a lot of diehard Trump people, and they all seem to, the ones I've spoken with, they still like him, they still respect him. I do, but there is this I don't want to say it's a mortal wound, but you don't know which way it's going to go. It's like you get a bad cut, really bad, and you don't know if you're going to bleed out completely or if your body's going to heal from it. That's how I feel. And then you pile everything else on top of it.
It's a mortal wound to America. It's not the Charlie Kirk thing. It's how they're not doing their job. It's how they're handling. The one that I see, the only person in the whole thing that I see that has any integrity that's doing their job a little
RFK.
bit of RFK.
Yep.
I'm just going, well, he's doing what he wanted to do and doing it, and Trump's kind of latching onto that to get whatever street cred. But I'm not feeling it from Patel. I'm not feeling it from Bondi. Bongino's kind of, went low, and I'm not feeling it from, like the FCC out whining about whatever we're going to use the force of. Hegspeth is just who do you want bombed? I'm not feeling
And the whole
it.
Israel deal and capitulating Israel, it just keeps coming
Big
up.
time. That's just.
I know. It's look, if nothing else, it's not the hidden topic anymore. I think I have to go, but I'll end on this point, which is I always said that Donald Trump would help expose the deep state. I was hoping he'd be proactive about it, but he's exposing it all right, just in a different way. So, all right, Ernie, nice chatting with you. Again, there's so much to go over, and I honestly wish I could stay to go over the headlines because I know there's so many things. I'll probably catch the show. I'll listen to the recordings. I want to hear your commentary. But audience, thank you for listening. Sorry if I ramble a bit with some of these long-winded points, but I just like to get I don't like to just brush over them. I like to put the human factor and describe it a bit for some people who think like me. But it grounds it a bit.
There are people
more.
that think like you.
Maybe one, maybe two. All right, buddy. Thank you again, and we'll chat with you next week. Bye-bye.
All right, man. See you later. Peace. I put up this disgusting. You hear that word a lot lately. It's so disgusting. They're disgusting. I'm like, okay, man, you're slinging that word around. What the hell does that even mean, really, What does it mean to say the word disgusting? It's the adjective arousing revulsion or strong indignation. It's just ew. It's a big giant ew. So what does it mean to be disgusting? I don't know. What does it mean? Causing disgust, offensive to the physical, moral, or aesthetic taste. That's a good one. Causing disgust, offensive to the physical, moral, or aesthetic taste. Aesthetic, like visual, what you see. So I'm just going, yeah, when I say something's disgusting, it's offensive to me. You get a physical ew. You squint your eyes and you go back a little bit. You kind of ew. Just it's disgusting. It's repulsive. Actually, repulsing you from it. So I'm that's kind of when they sling that word around a lot, and I just wanted to be kind of clear what it kind of means. All right, let's refresh the page. There might be a bunch of new stuff gone up. All right, here we go. This is the dispatch as of this morning, I think, and then this afternoon we'll include the show and, stuff that's going to be coming up here, about now. Like 2 o'clock, staff starts putting up stuff. Because I got till 2 o'clock to send them stuff. And if not, then, Donna put stuff up for the afternoon dispatch, which is what we normally do. Is we'll have in the evening, earlier we get all the stuff of the day, kind of, all right, check it. What's the most recent outrage of whatever. We put it up and we send a dispatch. Well, that's kind of what people see then, if they're on the internet or if they've taken the night off, they'll get it in their morning dispatch from Freedom's Phoenix. So it's in the morning, they get up and they go, all right, what happened? Then immediately, stuff that is going on right then or overnight or in the morning or whatever goes up, but we don't send a dispatch. So you go check out freedomsphoenix.com. You'll see, usually the most recent outrage of, oh, my God. And then by mid-afternoon or early afternoon, late morning, 11, 1 o'clock or something, the dispatch that morning will go out, and then you have the afternoon stuff that's put up starting about 2 o'clock. So by 4 o'clock Pacific time, it goes up. What we're trying to do is get it out before people get home in the evening on the East Coast. Now, what we normally used to do would be 1 in the morning, it would go out automatically, so that it would be there by 4 o'clock in the morning for the East Coast talk shows, because Freedom's Phoenix, top producer's tool, know at least as much as your audience. We used to advertise in Talker Magazine a lot and everything because we were really the only this kind of aggregator back in the early days in 05. It was really popular with talk shows. That's how because being in the newsroom or doing the morning and afternoon drive when I was on radio stations here in Phoenix, it was the RNC and DNC talking points. Now, both of them were sent it to all the stations, and they chose which one or both that they would do. And top story news, big story news, what Rush Limbaugh and all them are going to talk about. And I'm going, God, man, this is limiting. This is not what I think is important. This is just more programming BS. No, that's not what and that's kind of how Freedom's Phoenix kind of came about. And it was obvious what they were doing. They go, big story news, and then it was embellished and exaggerated a little bit by whatever the news guy was. It would be, God, when was it? It was at the bottom of the hour, it was local news, and then at the top of the hour, it was national news. They had like a 6-minute break of 3 minutes was national news with Fox or CNN, whatever the hell it was. In the morning shows I did, the bottom of the hour was big story news, and in the afternoon I did afternoon drive. It was big story news, and they'd come in and I'd see what it was on the wire. You could go on the internet, you go check it out, do more if you wanted. But they'd embellish the headline. That's why on Freedom's Phoenix, the headline that I put up there is the headline. Now, when you go to something like Lou Rockwell, they embellish a little bit. They'll change the headline, of kind of summary of what it's about, but it's not really what the headline was of whoever wrote it. And I don't do that. I may just put Lou Rockwell what they put, but I'm not going to change it. Headlines for like Alex Jones. He has really long. It won't fit the 100 characters, so I got to trim it down a little bit to fit. But but generally, 99 point whatever % of the time is just that's what the headline is of the original story as we aggregate it. And I'm going. The summary is up there. It's them. And then we go to the mid page, and I'll show you how this works. I go in, like the top story here. Here's Charlie Kirk's real assassin. Wow. Hey, at FBI Director Cash. So they definitely won. This is Stu Peters. Now we have exploding mics. This like exploding pagers from Israel. That kind of thing. So when I click on this, and we will click on it, and we go here and go click. When it goes to it, we call it the mid page. And you can see here, you can make comment, you can email the link to someone, you can send a letter to the editor. We have all those capabilities on this, how we communicate with the audience. So then there's the main graphic, and then it has, this is a video that's there. Now, if I go to this link, up here. I go, all right, to the original link on X of what it was, where we got it. Okay, so then that would load up, and you know what? Oh yeah, it's age restricted now, and you're not allowed, and whatever. Let's take a look at that. You know, because Donna was telling me that is that it goes up there, and then all of a sudden, nope. Wait a minute. Age restricted adult content. This content might be appropriate for people. Might not be appropriate for people under 18 years old. To view this media, you'll need to log in. Oh God! All right, whatever. So we won't do that. So you go back to the front page, and I'll do just some article that's not okay. The processed meat industry uses dirty tactics to further its goals. Yada yada goes on about the meat industry, and we have, you know, maybe sometimes it looks like it's a lot of it here. This may be from a telegram that somebody sent me. Oh, it's Dr. McCullough thing. Usually we don't have the whole thing. But this is a video, and then we put all that up there. The reason is because the mid-page shows you that it existed, who did it, who posted it, what category it is, the link to the original story, and this is a Dr. McCullough thing, which we usually put the whole thing. The reason is because it goes away. If I go back, you know, you can go into the archives of the newsletter. I go into an archives newsletter. Now think about it. What is today? Let's do 10 years. 10 years. It's the 25th, so that means 15. So 9/25/15. And you'll see what I mean. Let's go way back, machine. 15. See, we got a lot of stuff. There's hundreds of thousands of articles we have up here. 15. We've been doing this a while. All right, 9/25/15. 9/25/15. Is space mining legal? And documents British government spied on everyone's web activity. Oh, I'm so shocked. So this is 2015, September 25th, 10 years ago. I'm going to do this before we do today's news, and you'll see how close it is. Okay? So I go back. Top story, documents. British government spied on everyone's web activity. You know, oh, shocking. No, never thought that would happen. Court rules illegal aliens have Second Amendment rights. All right. You know, maybe defend themselves. Oh, I don't care. You know, I don't care where I'm at. I got a right to defend my life. But the, so here are documents. British government spies. So let's click on that story. So we go to that story, and we look at, a lot of times if there's videos, and it's gone. Now you see the mid-page here. Spies with the GCHQ, the British equivalent of the NSA, spied on every visible user's internet activity and called the operation Karma Police after a song by the band Radiohead. The new revelation comes from documents provided to journalists by the Intercept by whistleblower Edward Snowden. So this is Snowden stuff, and he released and what the British were doing. So now, where was this at? Prison Planet. Now, Prison Planet, Steve Watson, Prison Planet, he do a lot of videos and so on, and it's Alex Jones' thing. Before Prison Planet was gone, and it just became InfoWars. There was Infowars.com and Prison Planet. And I don't know when Prison Planet kind of went away, but there were two different sites. So let's click on this, see what's up. So when you go there, in-game, they want you dead, so on. This is, oh, it just goes to a landing page of something else. You know, it's not the actual story. This is my point. You know, it's not there anymore. And if it wasn't here on Freedom's Phoenix, you never known it existed. You know, you got to look at this one, you know, GCHQ, British government spying on every web activity, you might be able to find it. But it did exist. And that was the point. We're going, look, we got to have a mid-page here that includes, you know, commentary, you know, comments from other readers and so on that commented on. So that is kept on our servers. Now, then, okay, we'll stop this because I want to show you something. Over here, you see it says IPFS, Interplanetary File Sharing or File System. We take all of this stuff and we save it to where, you know, it's like archive. Now, I don't know if it'll save this actual link, you know, or it was just the this page, but we go IPFS. Let's see if it'll come up. There she is. Spied upon Now this is forever and always. They can't take it down. This doesn't come off of our server, a regular server. This is our data collection in a decentralized noded network of they can't take it down. Now if I go here, let's see, yeah, it goes right back to that. So this is why we've done what we've done the way we did it. Because we knew that they're going to start just taking this stuff and it goes away. And it's gone. You know, it was there a minute ago, now it's gone. So this is why we've done this the way we did. So I wanted to make sure you understood that when we do all this is 10 years ago. So let me go through some of these. Court rules illegal aliens have Second Amendment rights. Could triple-decker floating farms address future food issues? Okay, food was coming a thing. Russia announces naval drills in East Mediterranean, tracking the implosion of Brazil. 5 teams share first round of NASA CubeSat prizes. Foster and Partners designs robot-built 3D printed Mars shelter. Virginia police insist the activist was not under arrest even though he was held. Dash cam shows cops pulling gun on couple during traffic stop. Obama plans to shut down news organization. Ooh, let's see what that says. Alex Jones has received credible tips from 2 different sources that the FBI, in coordination with the FTC, is planning to raid Infowars.com Central Texas Command Center as possible payback for attacking Obama and the Democrats. Well, that was clairvoyance right there, wasn't it? 10 years ago, and I talked to Alex about this. I was on a show one time. He's saying, look, the FBI came, the FBI is doing it. I need you guys to do the FBI and kind of protect and save and First Amendment and onward Christian soldiers. Well, the thing is with Alex, you know, he's not about like what I do. I like all these guys. You know, look at this show, like Stu Peters doing his thing. These guys have this to say that Alex didn't do that. It was he had the megaphone. It was him. And it was anybody else was in support of him and what his mission was. It was just the way he was. You know, it was just his, he wasn't for promoting everybody else's stuff. He had the answer. It had to go through him. And I was just, so I just kind of, you know, I didn't want to do that. And, you know, it's just why we didn't, you know, be all buddies. And why I think he has, you know, personality. Not that I don't support what he's doing. It's just the way he's doing it, you know, whatever. So Branson outlines world powered by wind, solar power. We're going on about power. And so you can see, if you look at this stuff, U.S. State Department welcomes news that Saudi Arabia will head UN Human Rights Panel. Yeah, of course. So this, you looked at it, Syrian army uses new Russian jets to strike ISIS in Aleppo. Hey, FCC, don't lock down our Wi-Fi routers. So the FCC was trying to control all this. You look at this stuff, you can see the beginnings of what's happening right now. Here it comes. You know, Lockheed Martin unveils new whatever. Research experiment, ion drive, that became, you know, actual good space engines and so on later on. On and on and on and on and on and on. I finally calculated the value of $1. Okay, well, that'd be interesting. You know, Simon Black, you know, back in the day was doing a lot of stuff. So you can see CIA tortures defenders. You know, China will launch cap and trade program to limit carbon emissions. Yeah, this carbon, you know, cap and trade thing was all BS, whatever. So you can see that if you pay attention to this stuff, climate change equals chemtrails, the secret war. This is 10 years ago, 2015. Weather manipulation is only one collateral aspect of this phenomenon. What is at stake is a covert military agenda. Oh, you conspiracy nut! You know about climate change and chemtrails. You can until now it's like, well, yeah, we kind of did it. We just, you know, gaslighted you and said you were crazy. So this is why Freedom's Phoenix is such an archive, and you could search, you know, on all kinds of stuff. This goes way back to the Wayback Machine of whatever. You go back to the front page on the top right, you'll see a search thing. See this? You need to go to the tutorial that's at the bottom of the page and watch that, because it's so descriptive of all the stuff that we do. At the bottom right of the front page, if it ever loads here, I don't know what's going on. You'll see a link box is down there at the bottom, and it says tutorials. And it's I think it's probably 12, 13 years old. Back where I went back through every single one of the buttons on Freedom's Phoenix to explain what it is and how it works. You know, you go down here, and there it is. Tutorials using this site right here. And you click on that, and it has a video. It's just me walking through. Hello, let me show you how this site works and all the stuff you can do. Because this was a tool for activists, for my friends, you know, for libertarians, for the street activists, for other talk show hosts. Because when you go in and you log in, you get a lot of different powers. When I log in, you know, and I go in and kind of, all right, we'll log in. Secret password up. You go in, and it creates a custom module that you can create yourself with your custom hot links and all of that. It's a tool. This is an activist tool for sharing, for promoting, to be the smartest guy on your Telegram channel or whatever the heck. And this is the back end, and we'll go to the front page. Now, this is the custom module here. I get my custom links. You know, all these links, these are a lot of the places that I go, you know, when I search the news. You know, places that I think, you know, I get some good news and find out what's up about what's up. Then I go favorites. Now I go to favorites, and you know, I rarely use this, so this is used by the most other talk show hosts. And how it would work is I go in, this Stu Peters thing. Well, I definitely want to add that to my favorites. So I go, here, I got to get it in big so I can actually see it. And I go add to favorites. And I bring it back down so you guys can see it. Because I clicked on this where it says, because I have these other controls that put it in different categories on other special editions that we have. But anyway, you'll see there, you know, right below where it says the picture on here's Charlie Kirk's thing, it says remove from favorites or add to favorites. Now I added to it. When I go to favorites over here on the right, there it is. So what other talk show hosts would do, they go, and add this to favorites, and add this to favorites, and add this to favorites, and they just do their show from that. I got calls if anything, I knew how much they were using it, because if this feature, something broke on it or happened, whoa, what the hell? I did all this work on Freedom's Phoenix, and I can't do my show because you don't have the favorites thing. They were using this to produce their show. And if you don't have a producer or a lot of help in your little one-man operation kind of thing, this was a thing. Local here, KTAR is one of the main talk show stations here in the Valley. And the guy, God, I can't remember his name now, but he went on to be a state legislator. He used this all the time. Now, this is one of his favorite things. So, and a lot of times, even legislators, people that were influencers that wanted to have at their fingertips this, because we have like 70 articles a day, headlines a day, entries a day, that you know, man, how do you keep track of this stuff? Well, this was how. And then, you know, you can hide that. So then I'll log out so it has the same look that you guys do. So this is a powerful tool. You can go in. So what we did, I told staff, I said, you know, give me a Charlie Kirk category. Boom. Once he had his assassination, it's filled up. There's like 30 a page, 7 pages already. You know, 7 times 30 is like, you know, that's a couple hundred. You know, 21, you know, 210 articles just in the last 10 days. I mean, you want to know what's up on the Charlie Kirk thing, I got you covered right here. All of this information. How much of that do you think is going to be deleted? How many videos are age restricted? How many videos not there anymore? Well, we IPFS the entire site every 24 or 12 hours. Because no, hell no. I've been through this for decades. They strip everything. It's gone. And the only place you can find it is like archive.org, or you have these different, or Freedom's Phoenix. And when you go in and you go up here in the search and you put Charlie Kirk, you're going to find a whole bunch more stuff. That's one, because we didn't have him as a category. We put up his stuff for years. So it searches. Now I need to get a large language model on this, so I got AI that can do it, a lot better. Any words, it's going to have Charlie's and Kirk. So I go all the words, Charlie and Kirk. So I do that, and it'll reprocess. So this is where I need an improvement on that. So here you have article that go back. Some of these are 15, 11, whatever. They go back. A lot of them are recent, but so it just goes on and on and on and on and on. This is why I did this. Now, when you see something like, I saw a glance by it here, when you see something that says publisher recommended, I don't do that often. It's probably, I don't know, some months more than others, but usually it's rarely I do it more than a couple times a week. I mean, you might get, 5 a month, depending. It may a month go by before, I do a publisher recommended. But when you see that, I don't do it unless you look at it and you go, damn, thanks for sharing that one. That was, damn, okay, cool. I can see why you did publisher recommended on that. And a lot of them may just be fun or, whatever. Like, here's the one. Charlie Kirk, How Debt Has Radicalized Young America. Publisher recommended. Why that one? And why boomers deserve the blame. Charlie Kirk on how continuing to ignore the debt slavery of Gen Z will lead to revolution. Whoa! Who was that with? Tucker Carlson. So Tucker Carlson with him, when was this? This was in July of this year. So you go publisher recommended and just search publisher recommended. A bunch of these will come up and you'll go, damn, that was cool, that was cool, that was cool, that was cool. Because I only do it when I think it was cool. So this is why. Now we have a bunch of other stuff, like, special editions. When we did the Love Bus Liberty tour, we had its own category. There was a totally separate freeze feed. Now, some of these were on there, but you saw, us making our signs and doing, all the stuff that we did around the country and traveling and doing meeting with and, just a bunch of stuff. And we have all the pictures and the events that we went to. It was a thing. So I had Love Bus Liberty tour. So we go back to the Global Edition. We go special vaccines, vaccine education summits. The Vaccine Education Summit, we did one in 16 and one in 19. I mean, look at these people. Dr. Judy Mikovits, Del Bigtree, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. I use a lot of her stuff. We had Del Bigtree, James Lyons Weiler. It goes on and on and on and on of really big names in the Liberty vaccine. You need to know this about that movement. So it's just a lot of, and I'm an activist. This is what I do. What did I need? A place to put this perspective, to organize the news, to be able to have that. You want to know? I'll tell you where. Go here. And I just send a link because I know where all this stuff is. On vaccines and vaccinations, science, medicine, and technology. Find a lot of stuff there. Drugs and medications. So a lot of times we go through and we would combine a lot of these and we get too many, like crypto, central, banking crypto and Bitcoin. You kind of put them all in the same thing. So then I'm sure there'll be on here, of course, Trump administration, terrorism, Charlie Kirk, investigations, social engineering. It goes on and on. Social engineering. What do I got here? This is Yuri Bezmenov, from the late 70s, early 80s. He's on G. Edward Griffey, who's a KGB guy. Came to America, and he goes, I can tell you what we're going to do to you. I put these up just yesterday to show. I'm going, look, they telling you exactly what they're going to do. Psychological warfare, subversion of control of Western society. This is how we're going to do it. And you watch this, that's exactly what they did. They who? They, them, those won't leave me alone. That's who. So I'm just going, oh, man. You want to know about vaccines and vaccinations? You go in here, you go content, and the unarchived contents by subject. So vaccine is V. I hit V. I look for vaccines and vaccinations. The second one there. Boom. We have one, vacation and staycation. I don't know why that was put up. Somebody did that. Now you go, there's 264 pages. And each page has, I think, at least 30 to 50 entries. So we're talking A lot. I go to the first page when we first started doing this. I'm going, first page, vaccines back. What was this? It started off with an interview that I did with Univision. What's the date on this stuff? This is back in 2009. We started doing this, really, and we had, different categories, news, whatever it was. But we started the category. It was after H1N1 in the Obama administration. Early in his administration was started in 2009. We could see what was coming. We've been covering this for a long time. It was obvious what they were doing. We're going, man, oh man. Well, we'll go to, all right, let's see what's in here. I did an interview on Univision. And what video is this? Okay. Univision, this is me doing the interview. Now, this is him recording them doing the recording. This was in our workshop where you had a bunch of signs back there that we had made and so on. And, now it'll load up. I don't feel like waiting. So this is, the kind of stuff that we would do. So we've been covering this forever. We had, freedom of information stuff from, did it freeze up again? Oh, come on. I wanted to do the news. Can I get it to go back? Nah, whatever. So this is the kind of stuff that we were doing from the very beginning. This is, 2009. What is that? 16 years ago we started this. This is at our studio. That's a printing press behind us. We had some silkscreen stuff. We had, we were kind of highlighting capability that we had here. And, they don't want you to watch it. That's for a show. Damn. Okay. So anyway, can I change this? Bring pics. Nah, blocked up again. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read. I can go off my other computer. Just the headlines today. And it's so you understand how Freedom's Phoenix works and why it works the way it does. I am an activist. That journal's what I do and what other people do and inspire people doing. That's what I do. So that's what it is. Get over it. So here we have Charlie Kirk's assassination stuff, different directions, different things that happen, different theories, chastising of the FBI and the Trump administration for, are you being real? And they are trying to shut down and close the investigation in Utah. Nothing to see here. Shut it down. We're done. We're done. Well, I don't think you're done. No, we're done. And we're done. Right after this, they were bulldozing. I don't know if they had it planned or not, but the site where this happened, it was like watching Waco getting bulldozed or something. What the crap is going on? So what they did is they came in there digging up the grass and concrete and putting in new walks and whatever. And they were, I think they were looking for that bullet is what they were looking for. So under the cover of, we're remodeling. Really? Okay. So Charlie Kirk assassination fuels elites reset plan for Great Depression 2.0. The Great Reset. Here we go. Is this kind of set this off? I don't know. They're talking about a lot of this stuff, like, interesting facts about hemp and how much more it produces than wood and trees and for paper and whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's see. Some other political stuff. Jimmy Kimmel wins. An unfortunate autism breakthrough. I don't know. I guess you got to go in and find out what that's about. We have home sales up, down, interest rates going, counter surveillance using Bluetooth. Now, this is Rob Braxman that is all about internet and surveillance and how to be using private phones and to be private and whatever. We've had him on the show quite a few times and so on. He has a lot of good information, but basically it comes down to you're screwed. If you're going to be digital, you're going to be using they, them, those as airwaves and frequencies and on the internet and digital. They can do whatever they want to do, get over it. So that's just a lot of medical stuff that we put up. 86 million accounts frozen overnight. 86 million. The Palantir cashless police state is here. Now, what they're talking about, I think what they're referring to here, it was Vietnam, I think it was. Countries that if you didn't have facial recognition or biometric, whatever, retina something, tied to your bank account. They just closed it. We're telling you, you got to do it. I don't feel like doing it. I don't want to do it. Boom. It's ours now. Thanks for playing. You think they'll do that, Merca? Of course. It's just a matter of time. Trump's Ukraine rant crazy like a fox, or just crazy. President Trump's post yesterday on Truth Social left most Ukraine war watchers speechless, as he claimed that Ukraine could not only take back all of its country from Russia, but perhaps even more. Is Trump trolling? Trolling Europe? Or just bonkers? I mean, what's going on here? I don't know. Do you know? I have no idea. Breaking news, FBI pressuring Utah to close the Charlie Kirk case. This Candace Owens talking about stuff. The most ominous thing a president of the United States has said in my entire lifetime: there will be no peace with Russia. And we all know what that means. All of a sudden, he's like, man, he's on the, we got to nuke it rant. I mean, what? Tucker Carlson on free speech, the data centers, Musk is coming out going, XAI Colossus 2, first gigawatt AI data center. They're starting to, all this energy they're it's going, they got enough energy producing plants. If they want to get AI and surveil you, we'll make them more for that. Well, we need more for that? Well, we got more for that. How about I get cheaper energy? Nah, we just want to surveil you. The Secret Service dismantled a network of more than 300 SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards. What are they talking about? In the New York area, that were capable of crippling telecom systems and carrying out anonymous telephonic attacks, disrupting the threat before world leaders arrived for the UN General Assembly. So this is what they're thinking. Not only were they took that out, they're like, no. So damn it. They turn off the escalator for Donald and Melania Trump. His teleprompter didn't work. They don't care. But it's just this kind of stuff. They had a cool song on here with Huey Lewis in the News. I want a new drug, one that don't make me sick, make me feel 3 feet thick. I mean, I want a new drug. So they had a video that kind of went with images on vaccines and drugs and Tylenol and stuff, and JFK Jr. It was kind of fun. So here we have, it goes on, and I wish I had it up where I could show you, but it's this Nick Fuentes thing. Anytime I watch him, he's a little, I don't know, I just find him off-putting. He's the next Charlie Kirk. I don't think so. He was way more, I don't know, no mixing of the races, every, immigrant. I mean, whether you had that opinion or not, he's just off-putting. I didn't really like it. White House rehires hundreds of employees fired by Musk's Doge, Associated Press. Federal workers were dismissed in the government efficiency czar's cost-cutting push, and we're hiring them back. Okay. Who? Why? Which ones? Oh man, we didn't get access to it. They were the ones that had the keys to and shared with, and we need and Israel. I mean, that kind of thing. Left-wing terror again. Sniper who fired on the ICE facility missed agents and hit immigrants or migrants. Yeah. Zionist Trump is no peace president. Robert Kagan, the Jewish Zionist neoconservative husband of another Jewish Zionist neoconservative, Victoria Nuland, remember her, has written an article in the Jewish publication, formerly the WASP magazine, The Atlantic, that blames Washington for assisting Ukraine, yada, 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 yada. This Israel thing is not going away. Not going away. Jeffrey Epstein just confirmed CIA and Israeli asset and Bill Clinton implicated in bombshell new report. Well, does that get a lot of attention? Is it lost in the fog of news? What is going on? And at the same time, we got former FBI Director James Comey is going to get indicted if they haven't already. There's a bunch of people. They definitely need to get Brennan. There's a lot of stuff. Well, that's something that 5-part series that Tucker Carlson did on 9/11 that was going to be released on September 11th, which was the day after Charlie Kirk got shot, so he postponed it until, I don't know, yesterday or the day before, within the last couple of days. And I subscribe to Tucker Carlson Network so I can, watch the stuff. And on my TV in the bedroom, on Roku. And so I go in there and I, while I'm out with my phone on the land and here and back, I think I got through 4 of them, of the 5 or 3 at least. And, what are they saying? He's going, Brennan was, head of the something CIA in Saudi Arabia that was approving these guys, and this guy of that guy, Brennan, which later became head of the CIA. Scumbag anyway. So Comey, Brennan, God was it? Not Poindexter. Whatever, they, them, those. These guys admitted communist, voted communist, registered communist, and you go, really? What? Get him on video saying it. Yep, communist. So I'm going, wow. Head of the FBI and the CIA? Seriously? And some NSA guy? I'm wow. Wow. Obama administration. How much has changed? How many people got axed? And then the White House hires him back? Something's going on. What am I to take from this? From the 600,000 headlines that I've curated and the categories, if I can go find whatever the hell I want, because it's still there and we saved it. Bow, bow, bow. So, from my perspective, it is any of the names of anybody that you recognize their name or their face or have up as even the bad guy, they're really bad, this is the bad guy, bad. It's not them. If you know their name, it's not them. You think it's, Schwab? You think it's even, Phranq? You think it's, Trump, Clinton, Comey, Hillary? But they're just insulation. Trump is, there's something else going on. This thing, arm, leg, wrap around Israel thing, that was a deal made of something. I have no idea what's going on there. And it's just, it always proves out that there were other entities' interests that were being served, and it wasn't America's, it sure as hell wasn't ours, and it sure as hell is not individual rights. That philosophy does not pertain to their thought process. They don't see governments as there to protect individual rights. They see people as a mass to be controlled. Because if you're not under control, you're out of control. And that's bad to them. Because it affects them. People are going to want and do and say and compete, and competition is a sin. These guys say that. Turning Point became a thing that represented Generation Next. You hear me for years, decades. Generation Next. Generation X, Y, Z, I don't care. Generation Next. There's always a Generation Next. They needed to get control of Generation Next. When you had Turning Point that had influence on Generation Next, and most notably, young men. Not just young white men, just young men, American men. Men around the world, men. Be a man. What the hell, man? Find yourself a traditional wife. Oh, we got one for you. So this is, what am I to think? How am I to act? What am I to advocate for? What activism do I target? What stories do I emphasize? What inspiration do I provide, and what, myself and my family in the future should be done? What? Well, you're seeing it. We'll talk about it. We'll do. That's why Phranq and I argue all the time. He's a different perspective, which I don't have a problem with. Share your perspective. But what's my perspective? The problem is that we're always delegating our responsibilities to somebody else. That is the problem. What the original intent was is to allow you the freedom to take responsibility for your own life, your own liberty, your own property, your own pursuit of happiness, your happenstance, your circumstances, to create your own life, liberty, property. That was the intent. You can read it. You can go and do a whole bunch of research. Go, what would Thomas Jefferson do? What would... Yeah, this is so clear to me what the original intent was. And it was such a rare thing. And pissed off they, them, those, the elite of Europe, the royal, the monarchy, the control group of banking, they, them, those of whatever, since the beginning. But what did they have to come up against? Common Sense, the pamphlet by Thomas Paine, the writings of John Locke, the founders of what they emphasized and tried to create a government to demonstrate, certainly the Declaration of Independence. This is why. You want to know the why? This is why. For the cause. What was that? The cause. Common Sense, Thomas Paine, Patrick Henry, the real activists of the day. These were the guys, I don't know how much they were in on the founding, but they were definitely for the cause of leave me aloneism. I can guarantee that. You read the Anti-Federalist Papers. The Federalist Papers is all about explaining, well, we got the Constitution, we need to ratify it, and it got so much heat and pressure from the Anti-Federalists going, no. No, we need more decentralized or whatever, kind of like the Articles of Confederation was, that, nope, we can see what consolidation they'll turn into this. And they go, no. Well, it did. You read the Anti-Federalists listen to a bunch of libertarians. So the compromise was the Bill of Rights, the 10 thou shalt nots of government kind of thing, which we're glad we got them now, aren't we? So this is, kind of the lineage of this stuff. And they hide it. They don't want you to know the nuance, the real discussions, what the goal was, what we were against. Evil, principalities of evil. I mean, it's just bad. You got enough bads that are evil. Bad doing bad stuff and they know it's bad. Evil, I don't know what else you call it. So we're in. Damn it. We're gonna track this next wave. When they started going, yeah, we're going to open up social media. Yeah, pinky swear. We're going to, yeah. You get to have, yeah. Because you guys come back and yeah. No, we're good guys. Don't worry about it. Really? Immediately, within days, weeks, you could see what they were doing. I'm going to be a butthead about this. You guys really got to start planning on stuff going bad. The economy going bad. Silver going up $1 today. What? I mean, how much do you need? I mean, come on, man. Come on. So what are we looking at now? Silver is at $45.11. It's up $1.27 today. What do you think that's a sign of? 15 to 1, 16 to 1, about 15, 16 to 1 is what silver has traditionally been for a gazillion years with gold. A lot of it is just because percentage in the crust and then how much it's used and used in what and whatever. Silver is used a lot, as a heavy, as a really good conductor for a lot of electronics, solar panels, that kind of stuff. And it's an industrial metal, as is gold, but silver probably more so. But they've been manipulating the crap out of it. So I'm going, okay, well, what it normally should be. We'll do a little calculator here and see what's up. We go 37.48. 37.48 divided by 45.11. 45.11. What does that equal? Boom. What? Okay, maybe I did it the wrong way. 267,000. I don't think so. I think I pushed the wrong button here. 3748. Let's go 3748 divided by 45 equals 83. So instead of being 16 to 1, it's 83 to 1. So what if we did, let's do it this way. 3748 divided by 15 equals what? Oh, that's what it was coming up. $249.86. So $250. So silver traditionally should be about $250. So I'm like, I'm saying triple digits. You know? Got some silver on you? I've been pushing silver because of that reason right there. I think it's been manipulated way more and that it's got a big breakout. You know, a lot of people have been saying that. Yeah, I've been saying that for a decade, 2 decades, Ernie. When's it? I go, when it matters, when you need it. You know, that silver. Is Bitcoin going to go up that massive amount? Yeah, maybe. Whatever. I think it's being manipulated like everything, especially now with the ETFs of, oh my God. You know, they do ETFs of Dogecoin now. Oh, wow, really? Okay. No, I got a bunch of Doge, you know, make it go where. So this is what I wanted to share with you, you know, today, that this Charlie Kirk thing is not, it never is what they say it is in the beginning. You know, it's always 3 weeks. 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, and then they'll take and they will seed all of this real credible stuff that you'll see. And that video doesn't comport to, you know, what they say happened. And then they'll go and seed the narrative with that, along with a bunch of other crap. Yeah, and this. So when you say, yeah, this and that, well, see, that diminishes the value of that because this lie thing that you did that had the whatever. That's just their modus operandi. That's how they do it. So you put on your I'm not an idiot cap, and then you go, and the solution is what? Self-reliance. Occupy the land. Peace.